Oh, that's right. Well, we have to adjust the camera. See what the sound is like.
Hang on just a sec, because my thought was...
There, that covers Jim's kitchen.
Yeah. Hi, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Because if we get Willis in here, too. But we can figure it out when he gets here. Oh, that's right. We'll get creative.
All right, cool. Got it.
Where is it? Is that him? Oh.
Yep. Sound is okay from what I'm getting.
I look like Uncle Fester. I need Uncle Fester. The light is right here.
My wife's watching too, so.
Hold on. Let me check Jen's. Oh, yeah.
Hola, amigos.
Nope. We're getting feedback. That's because of the fucking phone.
Oh, yeah. Man.
All right.
How's that?
All right, so good episode.
We got, yeah. Yay!
Terror. Well, you know how they go sometimes.
The hell am I wearing? Well, so what's new, guys? You almost died. Was that?
Yes.
That's new.
Yes. Had to stay in the hospital for a little bit. Shout out.
Yeah. The best and fastest road trip I've ever been on in my life.
Dude, we were pretty good. We got out the door and shit and fucking on the road. And we had a delicious Cracker Barrel breakfast. That was terrific.
That was terrific.
I'm going to put some hair on.
That was really good French toast.
I want to. The French, I was surprised. I saw what you got and I kind of wasn't surprised. I'm like, oh yeah, you're your age. But then, well, like, on the other hand, I was like, man. that was
You're
cool.
your age.
Yeah, the
The one of everything kind of thing going on?
yeah, that wasn't really.
Oh, yeah.
Well, y'all got the country boy breakfast where y'all had to choose between ham or bacon.
Yeah.
I got ham, sausage, and bacon.
I got that country ham, dog. That salty shit?
Yeah, I did too. It was pretty good. It wasn't as good as my orange juice though.
I ate like 6 bites and wanted to go.
That French toast, that missing gravy was ass.
Fuck out of here. Yeah, their gravy has like.
It tasted like vegetable oil and bacon
Ooh.
and flour.
What, the
Yeah.
gravy?
It was
Oh,
fucking
that's terrible.
horrible. It didn't even taste like
You
gravy.
can't really fuck that recipe up either.
I think it was plant based.
If they did.
Maybe, I don't know.
If they did vegetable oil instead of butter, that would suck. Or if they used margarine instead of butter, that would also suck. In fact, I never used butter.
I should have showed him that kid that was cooking that steak earlier.
Oh Christ, that was the weirdest shit ever. This kid takes like a pound of I can't believe it's not butter, starts getting like a deep, not even a saute pan, but like, I forget what the fuck you'd call it, like more like a roasting pan.
Yeah, just like a little skillet.
yeah, it's like and then he melts the margarine, a pound of about margarine, and then puts whatever the fucking measurement, the like A4, 9.5 Wagyu
A5
steak.
Wagyu,
Yeah. And then he just fucking poaches it in, I can't believe it was not, and he just salting the fuck out of it, just bonus pepper.
Yeah, dumps the whole fucking thing with pepper
There
on
was
it.
ketchup on it. He had a glass
Yeah, he
of
takes-
milk with it.
He
was
takes
just
it out of the
trying-
pan.
You put mayonnaise on it too?
No. See, even he knew better. But
Yeah, he took it out of the pan, cut it all up, held it up, and it looked the exact same before.
One for Chelsea right there.
and he's like, I didn't like it.
Yeah, he's like, so I think they sent me a bad steak or something.
Yeah, it's because you just fucking deep fried
I think
your shit in
Butter.
like
The
not
butter.
even butter.
Yeah, fake butter.
those things are either to make chefs like me laugh or foodies like lose their fucking
I know.
mind.
They go watch The Bear, and then they're like, more butter, more butter, more butter. You're not doing it right. That's not even close. What are you guys
Also,
doing?
There are so many other fats out there. If you're gonna do a steak and you want to do like a confit kind of thing, use beef fat. Use the fat of the animal itself, and you're gonna get such a fucking wild intensity of flavor. Or go the other way with it.
Yep.
Do a confit in bacon grease. Do confit anything in bacon grease. Christ on a bike, you're having a good time. Just do like you do sous vide. Leave it in there at the temperature you want it to be later, and just let it sit all day till it gets that temperature. Leave a probe thermometer in. It's gonna be greasier than the day is long, but that's the fucking point. And then,
Yeah. The one guy who used to grill for us all the time at Tanks, he used to he did that thing with the Tupperware that I do.
mhm.
He would grill and then he would pull it straight from the grill to the Tupperware container. We'd have like a huge one, and he would let it sit because the juices like all come out like as it's sitting,
Yeah.
and then as it's sitting, like all those juices are like pooling at the bottom, and then reabsorbs back into the meat.
Yeah.
That's when you die
Yeah.
of like flavor explosions.
You gotta save like the a big thing, an important thing to do is rest your meat when you cook it. Like if you're doing any kind of grilling today or whatever, like or just in general, let the shit sit for a sec, because it's super hot. All that fluid is loosened up, which means it's way thinner than it will be in a second. So just like let it chill. Let it like get a little bit congealed and thicken up, and let it find a place to like. Basically, when you're cooking it, all the juices are running around, and then when you let it rest, everybody gets to find a seat, and then by the time you get it ready, like just the room is settled, the flavors are there. Let that bitch rip. Nothing's gonna drip all over the place. Things will drip, but it won't be as crazy.
Right.
Like if you try to cut a roast the second you pull it out of the oven, it looks like a murder scene. But like, give it a second, it'll be fine.
Yes, you gotta give it a minute.
You're like, whoops.
Pork tenderloin is a lot like that too. Where when I would get it close, I'd get it like close to done, and then take it out and slice it, and then put it back in the juices that it was cooking in.
Yeah.
And then just let it cook the rest of the way through with the juices back. Like,
Oh yeah. And if you're doing a plated thing, or if you're like, because we're used to in this country, we eat like fucking weirdos because we've all been sort of trained to eat like prisoners. Like you get 3 meals a day, and you gotta fit in everything all like it's all we eat like psychos over here. It's not helpful, useful, or like getting us anywhere. And I forgot what I was saying because I was thinking about overseas and where were we? What was that? What happened? What year is it? Oh, don't tell me that.
we were in Ohio today, so.
We was in Ohio. Ohio.
Ohio, yeah.
Ohio.
It was like Ohio, and we're gone.
Yeah.
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 We were the fastest thing in that whole fucking state.
Yeah,
We would be in Arkansas right now.
we would be in Arkansas right now.
Dude, Ohio's speed limits are. That's just a trick. That's just them fucking with us, I think.
Yeah, actually, we would.
Almost. We'd be in Arkansas. We wouldn't be to the house yet, but we'd be
Well,
there.
yeah, because we said, about 9 p.m. our time?
Yep.
Eight
No,
mile, or 9 p.m. local.
their time. Yeah.
Okay. So we'd been there an hour
But
ago.
not really. We'd have probably made it at like 8:20, 8:30, because we'd have cut 20, 30 minutes off.
Oh, yeah.
We get down to Arkansas, there's like big ass stretches where there's nothing. No cops, no nothing.
Hell yeah.
That would have been super exciting to drive through.
It was, I was ready for it.
It's like Ohio,
We'd have
just
drove right through the fucking tunnels.
another state.
There
In
was
Fayetteville.
one time where the fuck was I? Was it South Carolina?
Louisiana, right? You go through Louisiana?
No, he's
Arkansas.
talking about,
Fayetteville, Arkansas.
there's a way
Oh.
northwest one up there, where the college towns are. He's been showing me.
Oh, that's Lafayette, Louisiana.
Yeah,
Okay.
Lafayette. No, not there. Fayetteville.
Yeet.
Fayetteville. Okay.
There's a Fayetteville,
Fucking weird-ass
Michigan,
names.
I believe.
There
There's
is.
Fayettevilles all over the place.
Yeah.
Any place there were French
Fayetteville,
people.
North Carolina.
The French kind of fucking.
Oh, that's right. North Carolina too. Yeah.
I was in a traffic jam in a South Carolina swamp for like, it was the longest amount of
Drinking
time.
soda?
My brother and I
I had one today.
were in this car for so long. We were sitting in this car. It is hot. it's crazy hot, but then all of a sudden, like, because here's the other part too. I'm about to run out of gas, and I go, you know what? I'll just get gas at the next exit. We'll be good. Just before the next exit,
I never do that.
car accident.
Oof.
Yeah, and the whole road is stopped, and then we're just slow, inch by inch, do 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 do, and then as we're sitting there in the swamp in the heat, and I got the air conditioning off because mythically I think that'll save me some gas. I notice there's a tow truck behind us, and I laugh and I go, it'd be funny if he's trying to get to that scene. 4 hours later, he never turned his fucking lights on. He sat behind me the whole time, waiting. He's like, this is crazy. Yeah, no shit, because you're supposed to clear it, fuckwit.
Yeah.
They're out there.
Dude, it was madness. We're like,
Or like that tow truck dude we got behind the other day. You remember that?
Yeah. The dude's in like this huge. It's a flatbed, like, you know, one of the ones where like the bed comes down.
yeah, the like chain lifter.
Yeah.
Where you're like,
Yeah, it looks like an elongated one time.
yeah.
This motherfucker is just all over the fucking road. I'm like, we're gonna need a tow truck for that tow truck here in a minute. I was scared to be behind him,
We was.
and it was a big truck.
I think we
Oh,
slowed
dude.
down and let him get up ahead of us until he turned.
Well, I've been
And
driving.
then we took off again.
I've been trying to drive as safe as possible because it's getting like madness out there.
It is, even the Uber driver we took today, shout out to Tariq, he's like, these people are fucking crazy. I was like, yeah, dude.
Yeah, we were sitting there at a red light, and the front of our car and the front of the car, or the back of the car in front of us is probably from here to the wall, literally.
Yeah.
And this car comes fucking squeezing through
And just
and
like,
starts looking at our Uber driver like it was his fault.
get the fuck out of my way.
Oh.
And the guy had like a kid with him and shit, and like, I'm sure he had somewhere to go, and we all have stories, etc. But he was like doing this look like, you motherfuckers, and we're like, what?
Yeah, he was looking at our Uber driver like he was in the wrong. Our Uber driver went to back up, and then when he started looking at him like that, he put it back
Yeah.
in drive.
Well, he backed up because he's like, you know what? Fucking, I don't even wanna. And he just got out of the guy's way, and like, that's a method too.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've been being like that. I'm like, if it's more important, you can fucking go. More power to you.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as we turned around and got closer to Detroit, my anxiety went up like 1,000,000%.
Well, that's why I was like, my thought was like, okay, I'll volunteer to drive out of the city. Because sometimes I do that like on road trips and shit, or like, I volunteer to do that for my family, but they don't ever take me up on it. Because they all get so fucking panicky. And it's like, just let me drive. I black out. So like, weirdly, it's the safest we can ever be.
Yeah, which doesn't sound like it to me. Like, when you say that, I'm like, well, you're a flight risk, so no.
Yeah.
You should see my driving record. Immaculate.
Sure,
I've had
risk.
so many saves where I've had, oh my God, the I-10 bridge in New Orleans has tried to kill me so many times. There was a bookcase, the truck right in front of me, it was like end of this rug to front of my car, I-10 bridge doing what the fuck it does. So everybody's like, closer, get closer. We get to New Orleans faster that way. And you're like, I swear to God.
It does not happen like that.
No.
And then a bookshelf, like, longer the length, like, it was standing because it couldn't fit in the bed of the truck.
Right.
Just, boop, tips
Which
back.
is not how you transport that, by the
No,
way. That's
no.
all air that's
Yeah.
hitting that thing.
And ideally, you do strap them down or something.
Not
No.
New Orleans.
Just
Not
sat
New Orleans.
a bookshelf. I mean, I'm glad there were books on it too, I suppose. But then this fucking bookshelf comes cartwheeling at me, and then I just like do the whole like boop, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-doo, and just like come to like having succeeded, and that's sort of my driving tactic. I had this. Oh my God! You talk about that tow truck wiggling in front of you. They can't hear us. Is that what's happening again? Can you not hear me? Ah. Okay.
Testing. Am I getting it?
We gotta do the ASMR.
Put the whole fucking mic in your mouth.
Don't do that. That's gross. Stop. Stop it. Just the sound of that makes me fucking want to eat somebody.
Imagine how it is on the mics.
I'm so weird with noises sometimes. I can't fucking do it.
There's whole channels of that. Like, I love following some of these people on Twitch because when I was a cam whore for a minute, don't Google it. I was like, I need to find this whole business because it's insane to me. There's just all these people who are like, $11, I'll just sit here and show it to you. And you're like, really? No shit. And like the pandemic, everybody's like, I'm going to be a prostitute for at least a little while. And you're like, okay. And then there's just versions of that. And my favorite are the ones that ended up on Twitch. Because it's this weird fucking like soft-core line writing madness where they're like specifically trying to get a hold of 13-year-olds with access to a credit card or something like that. Or people who just don't know Pornhub's a thing or something like that. But they're like, oh, I'm gonna watch this girl fucking lick a microphone for an hour. And there's just a girl like,
I can't do that noise.
Yes,
I cannot
I know
do that.
exactly what you're
I will go
fucking
get my
talking
fucking
about.
headphones, put them on.
I've seen that shit. Yes.
or there's this one girl, I love her to pieces because I can't judge anyone because she's sitting there, she's working, she's doing her thing, she's adorable. I have no idea, I've seen her a number of times and I really still can't gauge like what the fuck she thinks about. But all like her gimmick though, as like a performer.
I swear to God, if she eats on.
No.
Oh, I was about
She
to say.
just has big oiled up titties. That's the thing.
Whoa, come on.
Yeah.
That's
But,
like it's like being Steph Curry. You know you're gonna get the 3.
But what confused me at first though was that was the only part that was oiled up.
Of
Like
course,
not
yes.
like oil on the body, just like
Yep.
It's like we
Just
get it.
Use your features.
Insanity.
Yep. You gotta
Like-
put what's out there.
Body glitter, like, you know, but like, and then honestly, and I can't, clearly, you can't shit on this girl because one, they're amazing. I would too, I'm working on it. But like, fucking A, it's fascinating if
Boobs
nothing
are
else. Dude, they rule.
They're fascinating to people who don't matter in the first place.
Yes.
Like boobs, to someone like me, boobs are fucking boobs. I do like. I've seen all of them. I mean, at a certain point, you're like, all right, boobs.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's,
don't
yeah,
matter.
boobs, great, cool.
Yeah. Pretty sweet.
Butts, on the other hand, I mean, butts do get me.
They get us all.
I cannot lie.
They get us all.
These are the brothers. Was it?
Yeah, they get us all. That's right.
I'm a fan of pretty much everything. I don't know. I'm seldom disappointed by anybody.
No, I can definitely say I'm disappointed.
Well, by behavior.
No, I mean like in general, it's not that I'm disappointed. It's just I'm not entertained by most.
Well, yeah.
It's just not a fucking. It's not a flavor I really care for.
Right. Well, we grew up in the circus and we're being taken to a birthday party and we're like, yeah. I get it, clowns. And like, we're trying our best to be polite that they've gone through this effort of throwing a party, but we're like, did you know that there's a college for this shit? That this is a real fucking art form, you psychos? And it's not just some asshole in a backyard fucking. Like, all right, dude, we get it. You take circuses serious. Who dat?
His fucking girlfriend. His lover.
Hush.
His lover girl.
Hush. Hush.
Oh shit.
This is Willis, so go fuck off.
Yeah, that's what we were saying.
Yeah.
Who are you thinking?
Hefe.
Hey, dog, I'm still working right now, but let's
Excuses.
schedule one and do. I heard that. Dirty dog.
I love you, Willis.
Love you too, man.
He was just talking. He was talking mad shit about you like 5 minutes ago. He was like, He was like, fuck that bitch.
Yeah,
He's like,
fucking right.
that motherfucker comes over, don't
Do
even
not
fucking see
believe that
me.
shit, Willis.
He's like, next time I see him, I'm gonna smack the shit out of him.
Willis, it's all on camera.
Oh man, I can't wait. Nah, it's all good.
Yeah, he was doing jumping jacks, thinking you were coming over. He was like working himself up. He's like, I swear to, I'll take this bitch down to the basement right now.
Tell him I'll go grab my gloves with this kind of program.
Shit, I will wrap his hands right now. Just don't hit him in the head. He's had more concussions than a fucking.
I was just gonna say, you got more heat exhaustion than you probably did in Arkansas, and it's hotter.
Yeah, for sure.
It's all good though, man. Welcome to Michigan. Welcome to Michigan, where we have something called humidity.
Yeah.
That's worse than hot.
Yes, it is.
Ball stick.
Yeah, that dry heat shit does me. That shit is a lot easier than this stuff up here. I mean, definitely New Orleans was the worst for humidity that I've seen, but here is pretty bad for sure. It's stickier, it's heavy.
New Orleans gets like irresponsibly humid. Where like you get out of the shower and you're like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah, you walk out and it's sweat. You get out of the shower, walk outside.
Jenny?
What up?
Man, nah, man. You guys tip me, man, but I gotta make some money, okay? I'm on a little bit of a kick here.
You getting back on stage soon or?
Yeah, man. You know me. I like to keep them tips coming. If I ever call you and be like, I'm working at Captain's Dippies.
Well,
They got me down here. They got me down here going on at 11:30.
Willis, they would not stop.
You could be like, man,
You wouldn't stop working.
I do have some.
They would keep you there forever. They would.
well, that's what I'm saying. I would just be just a little slave whore.
I'm kind of picturing Willis in a Princess Leia outfit now, though.
People bringing whips to the place I work? Like, that's disrespectful.
Like you can tip in any kind of currency, just no quarters. Damn it! I'm past that point in my life.
Yeah. I'm thinking of Daniel Tosh's.
They hit me with a stack of nickels up there. I can't
Right.
go back there. This is disrespectful.
Call it hailing on sluts.
Go to Canada just for the thrill.
Oh.
man.
Fuck yeah.
Dog. You gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. Nah, man, it's a nice day though, actually. It's a nice night. It's 79. It's 9:30 and it's 79 degrees. Like that's beautiful, you know?
And you're going too slow.
Willis just parked his car in the middle of the road. He's
Yeah.
talking to us.
Yeah.
He's like, fuck it.
Willis is in the middle of the interstate with his fucking feet up on his steering wheel.
Go around.
You ever see like girls on a road trip when they put that foot out the window?
On the mirror? Yeah.
Wait, bitch.
Oh, shit.
Hey man, I love y'all. I'm about to grab some grub and get back on the road.
We love you
All
too,
right.
Willis.
Do this though for real. All right.
Take care,
Love you,
Willis.
man.
Love you, bro.
All right. That fucking foot out the window bullshit.
I'd do that, but we need to have an ice cream truck or some shit.
I can't. I try to hit that foot every time I see it hanging out there. I'm like, I will fucking hit that thing.
Right,
Stop enjoying yourself. Secure that fucking happiness. Put that shit back in. We are driving in Detroit. This is a fucking battlefield.
That's a fun phrase that I think civilians should pick up is, as cadets we use this really effectively, secure that. And it's fun for like when someone has their dick out, you go, hey, secure that. It
Yeah.
means
Well,
like,
I mean-
Hey, put that on safety.
That doesn't. It doesn't happen all the time, but when it does,
Usually it's somebody comes out of the pisser and they have it zipped or something. You go, hey, secure that.
That's too much drinking in a night. Like when someone comes out and they're like, I just went to the bathroom, and you're like, your dick is still right there. You didn't finish putting that thing away.
Do you remember Dane Seltzer?
Why does that sound so familiar?
He was one of the Boulay boys up with
Bully
Steiner.
Norman?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I probably did know him.
And he was the Gulf Flight Commander when I was Foxtrot or some shit.
Is he related to Alka?
I don't know.
Took me way too long.
She got. God damn. I was like, do I know? No. We were splitting the barracks, and he was at the one end, and I was at the other. And he was walking from like the day room side towards the center of the barracks in the old open bays over the latrines. And then he's just in his skivvies and shit and walking out at night. And then he just hears one of his cadets go, sir,
Oh,
your dick.
No, no. That's one of those moments where you're like, fuck. They're gonna tell everyone now.
Dude, in the 90s though, when I was in a basic, like it was just dicks out constantly. It was weird. As a weird little.
It sounds like
whatever
an
I am.
organization that people are not gonna be confident in.
Yeah, with good reason.
Yeah.
It's an excellent organization, produces excellent motherfuckers, but it needs more oversight. Lots and lots more oversight
And less
from
dick.
active duty enlisted personnel.
All right,
Active
so
duty, senior enlisted.
Yes, sir. Paulina.
thank you.
Paulina. I used to work with a
What's
Russian
wrong?
girl.
No, Paulina just died. So.
Oh, she was a nice lady.
She was the Toys for Tots coordinator for tanks.
My bad.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's like official. I just know that her cancer came back and that it was the last time I spoke to her, which was a few weeks ago. She said it was she wasn't gonna beat it.
She was doing that.
Like it
tough
was
bird.
just like prolonged.
Getting worse.
Well, yeah, they basically said it was gonna take her that time, and it's all right. She lived a great life. I mean, she did Toys for Tots in San Diego for 30 fucking years, and she has kids and grandkids, and her husband died some time ago. So, but she was a boss lady. Even when she couldn't drive, she walked to the same Italian restaurant every day. The Villa
It's dedication.
over there in San Diego, she would walk to and she would have a Jameson, and Italian food every night. She was a gangster.
Fuck yeah. She's like, I need a JMO and Sketty.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah, I told her I was gonna drive out there, and she was like, mm-mm. She's one of those ladies who's like, don't worry about me. She's like, I'm good. So I'm just gonna have to be okay with it.
Those are the ladies I wish I could time travel and just like 23. I'm like, hey babe, it's me. Let's do this. Like, boop. Just to be like, God damn it. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I'd bang them now, but they're old and they're not going to have fun. They're about to die. They don't need me on top of them. But like, God, what a thrill to be youthful with them. Because like, what an
She probably
experience to
was.
be.
She probably would have beat the shit out of me.
Oh, I know, right?
She stood up to me. The first time she walked in, I was at Tanks. Like, I am the senior of my office. So she walks in and she was like, all right, everyone get up. I have shit in my car. And I'm like looking around. I've never met this lady. So I'm like looking around and I was like, who the fuck is this bitch talking to? Like, does anyone know who the fuck this is? And I went to my captain's office and I was like, who is this fucking lady telling the Marines to go unload shit from her car. And one of the other captains walked in and she was like, "Oh, that's just Polly. Don't worry about it." I was like, "No, continue. Like, I don't know Polly. She didn't have a rank on. She's way too fucking old. Unless she's like a specialist in the army. Like, I don't know what's going on right now."
Dude, those girls,
Right.
they're all fun single mom age specialists in the army.
Yeah,
It's a
but
coincidence.
once I got to know her, though, that's just the way she was. She was very commanding, you know, even from that age. And I can't even imagine what she was like when she was younger.
Oh yeah, or I'd love to see, cause like my grandma, that picture I have of her, I should put it on like on a website or something. It's fucking wild. She's standing. This has got to be in the 60s or 70s, maybe the 50s. I don't know. But they opened an airport in Waterford, and she wanted to write a story about it, figure out what the fuck they're up to. So she got a private pilot's license. Because that's the kind of shit she was just like, well, what am I gonna fucking not? Like that was her whole thing.
That is what I respect. I mean, and I don't want to touch on the issue too much. People get fucking offended, but you know, women talk about you know, the certain image that they want to go for. That is what I see is like a woman who doesn't quit, and I don't think men or women are like better in any way, shape, or form. It's all one thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about what you grab for. And when I see something like that, like that's equal playing ground to
That's what you take from it.
to shit that I do.
Yeah. Like be the chief. Like that is the goal of, you know, in the Air Force. That's the senior enlisted grade is Chief Master Sergeant E9. And so the goal of every person is to eventually sort of become the chief, or it should be in a certain way. And so that means you need to learn all the little bits, all of this, all of that, but like have that level of ownership in what you do and who you are, that you're the one people go to for whatever the fuck it is.
Right.
Like my brother is, they have a job working IT and stuff, and they're an expert in that very specific field, and they get bugged all the time by the people they work with because they have all that. I bug him, and a lot of other people bug him for his other crazy amount of knowledge he has on weird hermetic magic systems, symbol systems, mythologies, gaming systems. He knows all about storytelling, not so much about the structure, but how it's been told before, and then that kind of stuff. And so whenever I'm working on certain storytelling elements, or even like training plans, I'll run stuff past him because his experience and expertise as a nerd is fucking critical to the success to the defense of the United States of America. Like my brother's advice has helped me write plans for the Air Force. My brother's game advice has helped our country do things well. Like that's what, like
Right.
that's also our like UBU thing. Cause like don't waste your fucking time being me. It sucks. You be you. That rules. I know you're gonna say it sucks to be me too. Cause yes, you're right. It does. But like, fucking, you're so awesome at that thing you do. Oh. And then if you're not yet, well, shit, you're gonna be. Fucking, you know.
I hate you. Me? Fucking asshole. Talking shit about you on my phone. So Matt's going back to Arkansas for a little bit. So we'll be with. I know. We will be without our champ for a little while. I just going down there to spend some time with his family, but that's family is the most important thing.
Cause you've been here since what, March? April? How long have you been
We'll
here?
leave it at that.
Been here forever.
April? No.
Nope. May.
Really?
Yeah, I've only been here a little over 2 months.
No shit.
It's crazy. 2 months.
Just plugged right the fuck in.
Yes.
Because my
Yes.
wife came up at 6 months. Or 6 months.
6 months.
weeks.
Yeah.
She's been gone 2 weeks. So I've been here 9 weeks.
Lila, get up here.
Oh, there goes the fireworks.
Pew.
It
Here
is.
we fucking go.
We need to do a show outside. Like
No.
On the fucking back.
I never know if it's gunshots or fireworks out there. I have to like listen for a
As long as
minute,
the shit don't come in
and
the
I'm like,
back.
these motherfuckers are jacking with us. They're,
Yeah.
like, it's a good mask if like someone wanted to shoot someone else. Like you could do it in this neighborhood because it's fireworks down the street, and then you'll hear like a pop, pop, pop.
Well, the difference around here, though, is it's going to be a little bit more small armsy. Whereas back home in Waterford, it was like, I don't know, 60 millimeter fucking anti-whatever call it mortars, where they're just like, and clear, and fucking catching distance, and windows shaking. And they're like, this is great. You're like, uh-huh. I came to screaming at a child who was like on a four-wheeler, whatever those fucking things are called. That four-wheeler's sufficient, 4x4, it says it on there. Anyway,
Oh, side by side.
yeah, well,
Oh, those side.
no,
actually not.
it was kid on,
Oh, the GoPed,
no, maybe,
the little dirt bike, the little.
kinda.
3-wheeler.
No,
No.
it's a little two-wheeler, but it's a.
This one had 4,
Oh.
but it's like I think it's, I just call them four-wheelers. I don't know what they're actually called, though. Are they called four-wheelers, like a Honda four-wheeler?
Four-wheeler or
it's a
quad?
CRV?
It's called a 4-wheeler. Yeah.
Four-wheeler or quad?
Okay, oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Quad back.
So anyway, I stopped a quad with my bare fucking hands and reamed at the I was yelling at this child, and then like I came to and I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, baby," and then I was like, it wasn't you though, was it?" And he's like, "No." I'm like, "Well, if you find the motherfuckers, you stop them." He's like, "Okay."
4th of July last year was fucking rough.
Insanity,
Up here?
dude.
In Waterford.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Why?
shit.
Nonstop for like weeks.
The fireworks?
Yes.
So I was trying not to
That's why
like.
the motherfuckers can't afford insurance.
I was, in fact, I didn't even have money to buy alcohol at the time. I was trying not to drink, and they were stretching me out so thin, cause like shit was, it was constant for like 4 days.
Yeah.
Like it was just explosions outside. And I was like, I'm about to crawl up the fucking wall
Oh,
and
dude.
lose my goddamn mind. Like,
And to be like a whole, and it was never just like, yay, Q get beep beep pew. It was like a whole big fucking
it
roll
would
of them
shake the
black
fucking
cats,
windows, and like the dogs were going fucking insane.
Roman candles every go.
And the mortars.
Yeah.
Everyone has mortars these days. How the fuck did everyone get mortars?
Where did they get mortar training?
I used to love
Do they have
like
one?
when people would have mortars, because you would see them like every once in a while when I was a
Yeah.
kid.
What
Where
kind of
you see
mortars are
them-
you talking about?
Whatever they were shooting at, barrels,
Yeah.
like,
Oh, the fucking big ass cannons.
fuck
that
yeah,
shoot them all
yes.
As long as you're 18, you can go fucking buy them.
I know, but like everyone has them now.
Yeah, they're cheap.
Oh, they're also flammable, and you're shooting them above my house.
Correct. You're shooting them in the Waterford neighborhood.
Above the
yeah.
driest.
There's a lot of houses in one line there.
Nobody
We
cleans
should-
their gutters.
we should have
None
my
of you
brothers.
clean your gutters.
Which,
In the fucking
None of you
doorway
clean your gutters.
in Main Street.
this is Arkansas right there.
Yes, it is.
Wait, you're firing off fireworks in the middle of the road?
In Main Street, hell yeah.
All right.
The cannons, the mortars you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, that would be fun.
Yeah,
Like,
we set them up
yeah.
all the way down Main Street. Not up in the air, straight down Main Street.
Rest in peace, Billy. He caught one by accident.
They do it like that Spanish bull chase thing.
Motherfucker went out in a bold way though. Like
Does everybody line up? Or
it was a good mist. Went really good with the red.
We need. It'd be so fun to set up one of those like Tough Mudder kind of things.
What, around here?
I don't know, anywhere. Cause Because that'd be an interesting use of our skills as a fundraiser.
Ryan would set one of those up at like on his property. I know he would.
Yeah.
'Cause that's right up his fucking alley too.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Let's do it then.
And he does have the hill on his property, so you can use that. And he has a pond right there. So like you can get.
We could thread them into agent school and battle school as graduate requirements or something. Too.
Yeah.
Maybe more battle school than agent. I don't know. Maybe both. Or kind of like do a figure each version gets their own sort of run through it somehow.
Quantico has a something called an endurance course. It's a 5-mile course through the woods. You have to scale and rappel from a hill. There's a bunch of obstacles along the way, and then there was actually like 6 black belts waiting, like in the woods. You didn't know where they were. So you're like running, you're in boots and utes,
What's
running
this
through this,
obstacle? Ninjas!
running through this thing, and you get your win, and then all of a sudden some dude comes running out of like the bushes with a pad and just fucking plows you, and you have to fight your way out of it, and then keep going in the race. I thought it was fucking awesome. I would do that shit every day.
Let's do it.
In fact, after I crossed the finish line, I just kept going back to get like more and more people, because it was just the most entertaining thing for me.
That'd be a good battle school one.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. That was a good day.
The agent school one would probably be more survivally, like SAR-ish, and then that would be such a great like battle school version of like leading through those situations, but then also like the ass kickery, because that's what they're there for.
So what was our purpose of the episode today? What's the
I have no clue.
What's the center point?
I gave it the title "Freedom is Not Cheap" because I wanted to be sort of 4th of July adjacent.
Yeah.
And freedom is not free is a bit fucking obvious at this point. And freedom is not cheap kind of may indicate at a minimum that, like, yeah, it's not free, and you're
It's
like...
not free, it's not cheap, and it's not as bad as inflation.
It's right. Like, pay up.
Well, I mean, speaking of that, like, maybe that's what everyone needs to remember. Because right now, like, I keep talking about it every time, like, I'm scared to drive right now because of, recent events and everything like that. But the more I go out in town and everything, I just see aggression. It's like aggression all over the place. And people don't forget the cost of war. Like, it's easy to play Modern Warfare, and it is easy to play, like,
Yeah, that shit ain't the
Grand Theft Auto 5, and, you watch movies, and you read books, and you hear about war. It's a whole motherfucking thing when you see it. When you see war and the cost of it, because the cost of, just say, like, if we got into an engagement right now and Matt got fucking shot in the chest, we would never recover from it. I mean, that's the cost of war, is like watching like someone that you care about.
everything with.
Yeah, and then they just go down in a second, and like it's off to the races after that. People need to understand that there is a cost to this stuff. Your fucking fireworks represent bombs that go off.
Bombs bursting in air.
Right, it's not a fucking thing of like, oh, this is fucking awesome. No, when those bombs are going off, someone didn't have an awesome day.
Yeah.
Right?
For sure.
When they wrote that lyric, they weren't talking about someone having like those bombs are not delivering like a bunch of fucking roses onto your doorstep.
Yeah,
No.
it was. They
Well, I
were-
mean, they are in a way to someone's doorstep because you're getting a funeral out of it.
They were
But-
imprisoned on a British ship during the British bombardment of Fort McHenry.
I fucking hate these shit.
And so the Brits were on the shoreline fucking hammering the Christ out of Fort McHenry with artillery. And they were also using these McHale, how dare you, hail rockets? I think they were hail rockets. But it was an early artillery rocket that the British used. And those were the rockets' red glare. So the bombs bursting in air were actual bombs bursting in air. And the rockets' red glare were the hail rockets.
Yeah.
Whipping up, and they had a red tail on them, and they were kind of an indirect fire weapon because you really couldn't aim the sumbitch. You could point it for sure, but that didn't mean a goddamn thing.
No.
It was like, ding.
And I get the fascination with it. Like, we had a great dinner here last Saturday. My sister brought a lot of her friends with her, and it was their first time over at the house.
That was fun. I really liked it.
Yeah, and you know
That shit blew me
that's the
away.
thing. Like to them, everything sounds cool.
Yeah.
I mean, but we had to talk about this. Like, we have a great responsibility here because you don't want to get these kids jacked up on Mountain Dew,
Yeah.
and then,
Kill. You're like, no,
Right.
no.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, they turn into gremlins real quick. You gotta be like, whoa, okay.
Drink their blood. No. Who said that?
Yeah, everything is cool as you look at it, but there is also a reality to it.
Because I think, like if we have young viewers, and I know we do, some of them folks we had dinner with. I think what makes a thing cool and makes a thing, because even I'm like, holy shit, is the enormity of it, is the fact that someone else got to participate in this enormous thing that so you met Frankenstein. You're telling me you met the Frankenstein. Like, yeah, he was cool as shit. The doctor was Frankenstein. You were talking about the monster, Adam. He introduced me to Adam, by the way.
Right.
He's lovely. And they're like, what the fuck? That's why that's cool.
You know, most of them look at me and they're like, it can't be real. I'm like, you want to see proof?
Yeah.
I mean, we have that too.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to get your head around sometimes, but the reality is that we are going forward right now into a very dangerous path. As a country, we are going in a dangerous path.
Been going in the dangerous.
Yes, but usually, it's kind of like a plane. If it gets diverted at a high altitude, you're not gonna hit a lot of shit. The plane's at roof level now, so
We're fucking wiping shit out. People's fucking throwing rocks and baseballs and shit.
You get your co-pilot sit there going, tree, duck, tree,
Right.
duck, wire,
tree.
hill, up.
Oh, that's a kid.
He just cut his hair. He's fine.
Yeah, no, it's
We look like that dude trying to fucking mow on the side of the road that day right now. Was you with us for that?
No. I gotta get those fellas. Those one boys are watching. Oh my lord.
Oh, no, we can't remember that one.
What?
This motherfucker, we're driving, so he picks me up from Craig, I'm working with Craig one day.
oh no, we were dropping you off.
No, we was coming back. I think it was right after we left the bar. We was driving down the road coming back, and there was a dude standing on the side of the road with one of those big ass stand up motor pieces of equipment.
Yeah.
I guess he got the fucking handle.
That's right.
or
That
the
was here on
button.
8 Mile.
Yes, it was on 8 Mile.
Yes.
He got the fucking button or something stuck, and that son of a bitch was just going. And he had hold of it. He was just fucking slinging him all over the
Looked like a fucking rodeo.
Yeah, I mean, the ball was just sitting there like,
Oh shit! That fucking lawnmower
Was
took
it one
him
of those,
for a
like,
fucking ride.
That like the one you stand behind.
It's
like-
yeah
Yeah, triggering
the
like
power
dance.
walk behind.
Yeah.
Oh, and that thing is
He's
like,
it's like a fucking jackhammer on wheels.
and you don't want that thing like that thing coming off the ground like that. Like you don't want to get your foot under that or anything. That thing will
No,
take you to school. Yeah.
Dude,
and do your homework for you.
I remember.
It ain't gonna take care of your medical bills. I can tell you that.
Back before I was a
Get you
domesticated Victorian lady, I used to get injured a lot, and I still do. But man, I remember like just field injuries, and like there's this one kid who was playing in my backyard when we were very young, and he stepped on a 4-prong gardening hoe that we had, and fucking stigmata his foot just clean through like. He was
I've done that
fucking
on a
not
nail.
happy.
On a nail before, but it didn't go all the way through.
I've done that on a nail. I've stepped on a couple of nails where I'm like, and we've got holes. All right, cool. Hope it didn't go into anything important. Luckily, they never do for me. It's always just like a whoop right past it.
It's good though when you don't see it coming though, because it don't hurt as bad.
Yeah.
It's just like, ow, fuck.
Weirdly, I found with what is it? When I get shots, if I like eyeball it the whole time, it's I don't know. I deal with it better. I don't not deal with it well. I'm okay with needles, clearly. But
Oh
like,
yeah, I got my. I watch them when they do all my IVs.
yeah, I notice it's
can't
less
not watch 'em.
like less pinchy. If I just sit there and like go,
But I watch them because I've had a lot of corpsmen do mine. from
Yeah.
Hangovers in the Marine Corps.
yeah,
And
dude.
then I used to go to, obviously, the medical on the base. And they actually went to stick me at Naval Hospital Camp Pendleton. They went to stick me and missed my entire fucking vein.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, those are
and
the
filled my arm up with fluid.
Whoa!
Thomas,
Yeah.
old Daryl,
Daryl!
Bubba J.
I was like, yes, this is fucking military
yes.
doctors for you.
Dude.
That was the first day of combat lifesaver.
I had a Coast
And
Guard
he
corpsman.
fucking poked my arm right there. He did it to me. And it literally was a softball.
Yes.
It just bubbled up and I was like, Doc.
I'm
Like,
dying. Should I make the hole bigger? Should I make the
Doc
hole
Cooper
bigger?
was like, just put your hand above your head. And I was like, this doesn't seem like it's going to work. And he was like, it's just blood, Hodge.
And I had a
It's
buddy,
just-
I had a buddy do mine one time at his house when we was all drinking, and he went to pull it out. And when he pulled it out and went to stick the fucking thing on it, you know, like the gauze pad for the pressure.
Did it squirt?
No, he dropped it. Because we was drunk as shit. He dropped it. And so he bent down and went to pick it up, and when he did, that
Oh!
shit
Oh!
Dude.
just started going all over the fucking carport.
The first time I watched
I
as
posted it on my Snapchat, and then I had like 15 missed calls from my family the next month.
I didn't know there was a catheter in the IVs.
Yeah.
And so the first time that I watched them pull it out, I saw the needle come out, and then I saw this clear stuff come
Yeah.
up, and I was like, "Oh Christ!" Like I thought she was turning me inside out. I thought it snagged something. I was like, "No!"
Part of
no,
your
no."
vein coming out.
Yeah.
Ah!
And then she was like, "What?" And I was like,
Ma'am, I didn't say to remove that. I need that part. There's only so many of those in my body.
I did
My wife's
wonders.
mom, she's a phlebotomist. I let her give me IVs sometimes. But
I-
she's really fucking good at it.
We should ask her when and why you should ever do a brachial IV. I know the
Sober
answer
and
is never.
Brachial IV?
Yeah, dude. I forgot what the fuck I did, but I had a brachial IV, or no, a radial IV. Sorry. A radial IV between the two radial bones for 4 days,
Yeah.
which meant I could not rotate my goddamn arm.
A lot of people don't have. Oh, you talking about the one with the block too?
No,
They
no,
put
no.
a block behind your arm sometimes, and then they like
No.
they.
That would have facilitated it not moving, but instead I had to just get it hurt every couple of seconds.
Yeah, mine.
Because they wanted to try it out. They heard it was cool. I
Right.
had a good vein here the whole time. But they were like, I want to try this. So for 4 days I was just tortured.
I've seen a lot of different ones. I've seen some creative shit.
I've had IVs in my hand, the top of my hand.
Uh huh.
My mom had
Because my
that.
veins are so good.
Oh, right here. Yeah, my mom used to get that. They used to put it like in her hand, which, yeah, put an IV in
Yeah, my
sometimes.
veins are kind of down right now.
It'd be fun.
Mine are not.
I need
Like, my no. You're gonna get another IV is what you're gonna get.
You're gonna end up with a party nurse one time who's like,
Yeah, that's good.
Do
Every
you
time
do
I start
drugs?
fucking
You have
hurting
such
and I
good
get
vein.
dehydrated, I'm just gonna tell my wife, hey,
I'm gonna find a goop thing.
yeah, no. If you can get some IV solution,
yeah.
have your wife hook it up, especially when you're dumb.
Yeah.
And then, you know, if you get really dumb, put some poison in it.
Yeah. Arsenic, ricin, something like that.
I was expecting to
Nope.
say, like, put the IV in his
Nope.
dick or his neck or something. What are we doing, pausing for?
Don't take my poison advice.
I'm going to get my juice.
Don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get mine too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You want to get water?
Did we quit? No, we're still here.
No, we're good.
What am I doing? I was doing something. I was getting up.
Oh, me? No, I just had to get some juice.
I have a bottle already. Viewers, do you write in the comment in the chat or some horseshit if you remember what I was doing. I won't be able to read it, but it'll be funny later.
What you was doing?
Yeah, what the fuck was I doing? Why are we all up now? What's happening?
The fuck was I up for?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, I was showing. I don't know. I was showing you the lawnmower thing.
Oh.
Oh, I got up to throw my Coke bottle away, and then Paul got up, and then everybody.
Motherfucker, this is the wildest. Am I just that high?
Oh.
I do black out.
What?
Oh no, it's a neighbor.
Hiya.
Say Willis is here. Why would you say that?
I said he might be, because I seen a fucking car pull up by ours.
Oh,
But it's the neighbor.
no, he's driving.
Yeah, I know he's working. I forgot.
Oh, he's coming soon.
Excuse
And,
me. Sorry, chat. Watch, I'm gonna get text messages here in a minute. Why the fuck are you eating that babe?
Like a lot of the kids that were here this weekend want to do a podcast too. I think we should start using the studio or set it up in different ways so they can have their platform too.
Yeah.
Um,
I can show them how to do the engineering from my spot.
oh yeah, we do need someone trained up in that shit. I don't know. I do not know how to run a podcast.
Well, I barely do, as everyone can tell. It'd be so much
Teach
better
me and I'll
if-
fucking run one.
Teach me.
Yeah,
I can
Jen.
run whatever you
Jen
need
taught
to.
me once to get it to stream. I just don't know like how to get into all the controls and what they mean. If it doesn't require crayons and me eating them, I really don't know what I'm doing. Oh, thanks. Appreciate you.
I had it sitting right there on that fridge. I went to carry it downstairs and I was like, nope. I set it on the fridge. Like, I ain't taking that motherfucker
Oh.
with me.
Oh, it's better than good.
Was I gonna get something? No, I have something.
I know, it's one of my fucking
I
favorite
should
ones,
just sit
too.
my goofy ass down. I was certain I was up to something. Clearly I wasn't.
Jenny's book is out. I don't know if Jenny said something about it, but
I did not.
that's what Jenny was just toting around in her hand.
Totem cough. That means time to die. No, that doesn't mean that. What does totem cough mean?
We do, yeah, it's official. We have our first publication coming from this house,
Yes.
which was exciting.
Team LXB.
Whoop, whoop. Was exciting.
I still have my ICP.
I know
I
things.
didn't write nothing in it. I'm just saying.
Things may slow down for a little bit while we get adjusted with everything. The Waterford house is on the way out. Matt's gonna go spend some time with his kids and his wife, which, you know, most important thing, obviously. We're just gonna simmer down for a second. We'll readjust and we'll be back at it.
We'll adjust fire.
Yep.
And fire for effect.
We're in our prep time.
Yeah.
We've got
Shooters.
Shooters.
You are in your prep time.
there's a lot of I've got this book's out now. I'll talk about it more in a sec, but I'll just go over like some of the projects we got. This book's out now. I'm working on 2 tabletop RPG games. I'm not a big tabletop RPG player because I'm hella dyslexic, but I'm a big fan of the medium. And so I'm chipping away at 2 of those. And then a book of poetry I'm working on and a book of illustrations. And then we're working on a website to get my art out.
Yeah.
And then past my horse shit, we are for sure getting food trucks happening.
We're aiming in that direction. Yes.
That feels to be like the next sort of big material push for us is like that's gonna help us get a lot of shit done. And like we're finding that like our core mission, like one of our core missions of feeding people is just fucking, it's too important not to do, it's too fun not to do, it's too rewarding not to do, it's too a bunch of shit not to do. So we might as well focus there and try and exploit it for
You can never go wrong feeding people.
yeah. Full bellies are,
There's a lot of hungry people.
my God, yeah. Shit's wild. I've seen cats with pickier palates.
Yeah. So, and
Christ.
I'll mention this. This was a moment that we had the other day. So we get the dinner ready, and we have everything set up.
Yes. My favorite part of this. This is crazy.
And you know, all of her friends come over, and they're all sitting down. And we have all this food in front of them. We have an entire spread.
A buffet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jenny put a lot of time into it. I put a lot of time into it.
We had smoked wings, smoked bratwurst. There was
I was working on killing myself.
getting that going. Oh my God, he was just baking himself.
Yeah,
There was
yeah,
street
he came
corn
back
going
as a
on.
piece of fried chicken,
Yeah.
baked chicken, I should say.
Yeah. If I was fried, I wouldn't have made it back.
Yeah, oven roasted, if you will.
I was overcooked. Over smoked.
So we had some salads on the table, and
Oh yeah, the cucumber.
all the snacks were available. We sat them down, and they just sat there. What happened?
Oh,
He's
Oh.
yeah, it's coming apart like a damn.
Yes, I do see
creature.
it.
Yeah, they were just kind of looking at the food, and for a minute I was like, "Oh Christ, they don't like it."
Yeah,
and
they
I know
were.
that they were just nervous.
That's
Sit.
always your first instinct, though, when you're the one, prepping the food. You're like, oh
Yeah.
shit, they don't,
Especially like if it's just sitting there and they're like looking at it a bunch, and you're like,
They
"Fuck."
it really did look like they did not want to eat it. And I was like, it's just food. And
Continue the story. It'll make sense, though.
then, one of the young gentlemen who was here said that he's never had dinner with a group.
Yeah. Or
That
like
it
at
was
the table
always
or-
done in their room, no matter if it was a holiday or, anything like that.
We were confused for a minute because they're like, "Oh, I haven't had dinner with people," and we're like,
What do you mean?
yeah, I couldn't even.
"What?"
it hit me. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, wait.
Right. Hang on. What?
And then also, like, they were scared to eat too much. Like, they felt
Yeah.
guilty
Like, no, baby,
for eating the food.
we have
But
Costco cards.
when you come over to our place and you eat with us, we cooked for you to not, like, there will not be an end game where you're not, like, full. And
We have to-go containers on purpose.
yeah, we have fucking to-go boxes for you to, yes, for you to take food with you.
Yeah.
We cook all the food because we want it to be enjoyed, and that is our pleasure to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they really did not. That was more.
Yeah. That was a big one.
They really did not know anything about it, and it was a heartbreaking moment for me to actually look at them and to know that they haven't gotten this experience until they came here.
Right.
Yeah, they were all so skinny, and I was like, well, they're, young, kids are all fit these days. And then I was like, oh, nope. And, like, it is what it is. I come from hillbilly stock. Sometimes all you got is fucking a sleeve of saltines, and you got to make that shit work.
And that's
But,
the
like-
crazy thing too, is like, with what you just said, kids are even less fit now than they used to be because of entertainment,
Yeah,
technology.
they are a bit sluggish.
Yeah.
I could beat them all up. It's pretty crazy. I'm just saying,
Kids
kids.
getting hostile.
Hey now, I'm not going to. I love you all, but like, let that be a warning to you. That like, kids, I think I could probably take you.
Already had 7 concussions, and not trying to be Jen's right hand number 8.
Yeah.
Right hook over here.
Please don't fight me. Please don't fight me. You're all adorable. I love you.
That's something Willis will show up.
Yeah, well, yeah, and he'll be. He's getting on soon.
When
I
he
mean,
gets
he's
going,
been.
he fucking goes.
Well, he gets up and gets animated real quick. Willis.
You're gonna hear all kinds of
Even during the
microphone noises.
podcast, he would get up and be like, "Listen, I'm just gonna say this shit real quick." And
To the
I love how animated he gets, because he'll be like, "I'm gonna tell you right now." I'm like, "All right, Willis, damn. Yeah, I think I'm."
You're like, are you teaching me, or you want to fight?
I mean, half of it, yeah. Sometimes I'm like half threatened and like half enjoying myself, because he gets intense. I like it though, 'cause he speaks with conviction. Like he knows his constitution, and I love that part. Is that he is firm with who he is and what he
Stands for.
Well, and that's what it is too, is you don't have to speak. I think all of us in this crew, how we succeed and how we compare and how we help and how the fuck we work, is we have the confidence to say every single goddamn thing we have the right to say confidently. And then we keep our trap shut about the other stuff, or just nod in deference and go, I know, I suck. But, like, I'm joking. Like, we do it that way. Like, it's just a matter of, like, clearly, it says Air Force right here, bitches. Don't trust me about fighting. We just call these guys when the fights get real. That's how it works. And then they call us and we go, oh, we need to get gas. It's the whole thing. And they're like, didn't you bring gas? And, Act 3, that's Afghanistan.
There's this dude on TikTok that fucking dresses up and like an Afghani dude.
Yeah.
But he really is like Afghani. But
Hell
he's
yeah.
not from there. He's from here.
Right.
He dresses up in like Afghani suits.
So it's like the way I'm Irish.
He'll dress up in like Afghani suits and he goes around to like fucking gangs, like neighborhood, like hoods and shit.
Yeah.
He walks up to people. Hey, you hold this backpack?
They're like-
People are like, "No, what the fuck's in that backpack?
Dude, he's gonna get shot. Shot.
Oh, Paul's girlfriend's online.
shut the fuck up.
Paul will be back momentarily.
You're gonna get me in trouble.
Stand by to stand by.
You're gonna get me in trouble. Fucking shots fired.
Still going off out there.
Paul doesn't have a fucking girlfriend, by the
No, he
way.
does not.
Yeah, and I'm a flight attendant for a lot of people, okay?
Yeah. We're the cruise directors on the bus to hell.
Yes.
Like, it's bumpy, but we brought drinks.
Yeah, I do the whole thing. I'm the one who drives you there, and then I'm also the one that you have to answer to when you get there.
And then I'm like, I brought sandwiches, and there's chips, and then... He goes, I think hell's gonna be okay. Oh, no, we just do the bus part. You're like, what?
It's so hot as fuck outside.
They're gonna make you get off when we get there. It's not our fault. Love you, bye.
It's not gonna be fun.
Christ, I'm like, no.
And we're here. Welcome to Detroit. I'm just joking.
In a fortress. I've been liking the neighbors. I've been really enjoying my interactions with the people with whom we share a neighborhood. That's been awesome.
Yeah, they've been pretty great.
The driving is fucking madness.
Driving is. I don't know why. Out of all my years, I have never seen this. I have never seen it this aggressive.
And not even in this area. Like, it's been, like, it's not like, oh, this is how Detroit drivers drive. Like, there's something fucking up everybody's ass right now, where everyone's
It's gotta
kinda
be.
on edge.
It's gotta be like, everyone is just angry as fuck. Like, okay, when I'm driving, I've never seen this one either. I get next to someone who is being like just insane, and then I look over and it's a tiny little woman. Just
Just an itty bitty thing
you
losing
think
her
she's just the
goddamn
sweetest thing
mind.
ever, and she is just trying to kill you
Yeah.
with her car.
With a 3-ton fucking metal rocket, just like squealing down the road, singing fucking Waylon Jennings songs to herself,
I
trying
know,
to fucking kill a
and they're
person.
like one hand on the wheel and not looking at anyone. I'm like,
Just a
fuck me, where did we get
Oh,
to?
yeah, that's
We need to go to the beach, lady. Like, there is beautiful things out there still.
We got that tunnel vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, and everyone has it right now. Everyone's like on the grind. Everyone's mad about, something or another. Like,
Fuck yeah, it's warm up here finally.
Yeah.
Everybody's
Yeah.
out and trying to enjoy it before they go locked up for 7 more months.
That is a thing.
people don't like being locked up after COVID. I know that. I fucking loved when they said I couldn't go out. I was like,
Yeah.
I get to get paid to sit inside.
Dude, and if they hadn't have fucking sold the goddamn mask supply before the pandemic started, the whole lockdown could have been like a 4-week fucking and it's out thing. It could have been like boom, 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 and everybody, thank you for your participation. But instead, like, all the gear was sold, and they're like, oh, whoops, and then like, just go inside and see what happens.
Okay, so Chelsea had. This was the scary thing for me during that whole thing is I didn't just have to deal with COVID. Chelsea was immune compromised during COVID.
Yeah.
So if she would have gotten COVID, she would have died. I mean, I knew it.
Because they also would have just been like, oh, well, you're done, right? Like, she'd just have 2 on the list. Like, you have COVID and cancer?
Yeah.
2 C's, that's like a D. Goodbye.
Yep.
You're like, oh, shit.
Yep. And I was working. The kids were going to school. Like, I was out and about, like, running errands and shit. And all these were gambles. It was all a big gamble. Because if I would have gotten COVID, or one of the kids, or someone who came to visit Chelsea, if anyone had COVID, I shit you not, it is still one of the miracles that I cannot explain that we made it 2 fucking years without her getting COVID. She passed away, and then 2 weeks later, I get fucking COVID.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
I mean, it was like,
You know how they could have done that, the lockdown on a way that would actually work? Is you do 2 areas that change. You do a community level, so no one is locked in by themselves, no family is locked in by themselves, and no one has to move. You're part of a whatever, and you have like a checklist. There's 20 people, and like you guys can go to restaurants whenever you want together. You can visit each other, and like yes, that sucks. That's still limited, but like that's just you guys doing that for like, hey, we're Team Bravo. We're making this shit happen. Because like you're just helping people. That's all it is. Like, oh my God, it sucks. Oh, God forbid something sucks for you for 10 fucking minutes. Like let it suck for 10 minutes and help other people. But like that's a way that actually helps. And like give people flexibility and opportunity. And don't make it so goddamn pointlessly rigid that all it's like. That was the other thing too. It was so needlessly rigid that all it was gonna do.
well, it turned
was
into
be
a money
broken.
grab immediately.
Yes.
Like they were like, hold on, who's gonna get the vaccine first because they're gonna get the most amount of money, and we can sell masks, and we can sell gloves, and we can do this, and we can do that, and
we try taking some money and getting it set aside for veterans for that during the like COVID relief fund stuff, and then most of it had already gone to like Ford and GM and all these other big fucking companies who just so happen to have a nonprofit under their big goddamn name, so they can absorb free money like that.
Yeah.
They're
Yes.
like, well, we'll tell people about it.
All for write-offs and fucking whatever else. It was yeah, it turned into a money thing, just like anything else. I think that's what's driving people. Like you can see that in the reflection of how people are driving. Is people are just getting fed up with that shit. Now we make it worse, by the way, because everything that we like doing, we are giving money to the people that we do not want to be giving it to. Every time you order Amazon, you are making a rich person much richer by just ordering Amazon and continuing to fucking hammer on that thing as many times as possible. People are just getting like mad rich off of us being dependent on their shit. And it's hard to get around. Like, they own everything now. They're buying everything.
Yeah. Oh, and if you make an individual and unique product, they will steal it. That's just a known fucking fact. If you design something new, you make a t-shirt, design a bag, design a cup, you design anything, they will steal it and then put Amazon Basics logo on it and then sell it for a fucking higher price or lower price, it doesn't matter, but yours will never sell again because theirs gets listed first. Theirs gets listed above yours, and then your product dies. So like, it not only has everything, it eats everything.
What's on your mind? You.
Nothing, I'm just listening.
Oh.
That was very chunky. It's a chunky burp.
Matt does listen quite a bit.
He does.
You know, for being as young as he is, he's not that young, but
Shit, I'm a baby.
you are a baby.
Very
For being as young as he is, like
He said what year he was born, and I was like, oh.
he listens quite a bit. He doesn't just run his fucking mouth, even though he does that every once in a while. Usually it's joking, though. No, he actually listens, and I appreciate that part. And, you know, the kids who were over here the other day,
Yeah.
they weren't trying to, like, play like I'm a kid, like, I know better kind of deal.
Yeah, like, I don't know about you, old man. Like, none of that shit.
No, it was very respectful. And, everyone, fuck, some of them didn't even want to leave.
Yeah. Yeah. That's cool, though.
Some took us a fucking minute
Right,
to get
right.
out of here.
Yeah.
Glad I went to sleep.
Dude.
Took some effort.
That was all kinds of time travel. I'm like, I've
And
seen
that was
you
the night I
before.
started hurting.
That was the night you got done working.
Yeah, it was
I
the
knew
night
you
started
were-
hurting and went down there and went to bed.
That was all from the sun then.
Yeah.
That
You
was
went-
all the sun.
You
Like,
went
that was.
downstairs and he was like, he's gonna be sick tomorrow.
I did. I was worried about you. Like, the more time I saw go by, I was like, this is getting dangerous now. Like,
When?
the day you were out there
Oh,
working,
yeah, come back, yeah.
By like 7 p.m., we're like, all right, not cool.
we were. I mean, and like, I know that there was a job to be done and all that stuff, but
Yes, running in circles.
the gunny in me was coming out to say, like, fucking not my people.
Yeah, I will set your track and
I
field
was the
on
only
fire.
person that wasn't rotating.
I didn't know what was going on with you. Like, I just assumed you were standing in the sun all day, which I was entirely right.
And every other fucking guard there was rotating under tents.
I'm sorry, but that is so
But they're
dangerous.
also all fucking fast.
That day was like uncomfortably hot. Like, the sun was scorching that fucking day.
Yeah. It was crazy. I had my hair on for a lot of that day. And I was kind of...
But we were indoors. We have one of the few houses in Detroit that has fucking AC.
Yeah, it feels like a cheat code sometimes. Because we're like, oh, this is great. I'm in here shivering a little bit. Like, oh, man. And then you go outside and just see, like, neighbors dying. You're like, oh, Christ.
Yeah, there's...
No!
Driving down the road the other day, there was people laying on their porch.
Yeah.
They're just like that hot that they don't want to be in their house because it's a fucking hot box.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're laying on their porch like,
Fuck this.
yeah, just,
Yeah, dude.
I can't.
I want to create loiter spaces. Like, I think that's where my, not that particular thing, but things in that, like the inability to escape your own fucking home makes it no longer a home.
Yeah.
That makes it prison. Like, and okay, words are words, blah, 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 but like, it makes it feel like that. It makes it like every day lose that hominess if you're like, fucking Christ almighty, I can't get out of here. Like, everyone needs the ability to escape their home so they can miss the fucking thing. And like, like wave pools, that shit's cool too, but just like places just mill about and like walk around and just do nothing. Just like, I don't know, I'm gonna plug in a laptop here and fucking watch some shit under a tree. Alright, that's weird. I wouldn't plug it into the tree, but okay.
I don't know. I do hope we.
I just wish we could be like, everybody mind their own fucking business and leave everybody else alone.
No, I do wish. I wish Jenny could be able to go out without being fucking terrified. That I wish Jenny could do that and I not be terrified because I don't want to go to fucking jail. But I will go to jail for Jenny. Like, if you touch someone I care about, I am fucking coming after you. And make a promise, like, I will fucking come after you. It's just a thing that is going to happen. I hope we get to the point where, like, everyone can just enjoy themselves and not have to worry about, like, someone trying to take advantage. You can't even do anything nice for someone anymore.
Oh my god.
And them not think it's a fucking scam.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
They're like, you're trying to take advantage of me. And I'm like, or I'm just offering you a burger.
Trying to be
Like,
fucking nice, yeah.
We
they're
run
like,
into
is
that-
it poisoned? No, it's not.
Not all of us are pieces of shit.
We run into that in the fundraising stage still. Like, that's why we do all the money ourselves, because we ran into just enough frustration that we're like, I don't love this anymore. And it was people, we'd say, all right, we're trying to raise money so we can help people. And they go, so what's the, like, gimmick? Or, like, what do we get out, like...
Yeah, what did we get out of it was the big thing I was...
Yeah.
They were like, so, like, talk to me about numbers. And I'm like, yeah, the numbers are the people.
Yeah.
That's everything. That's where the fucking currency
Yeah,
is.
you don't have people, you don't have money.
And they're like, what is my return? And I'm like, oh, you don't have 18 million veterans. Is that the number? Was it 18 million? Is what was it 1.8 or 18?
I have no fucking idea. You talking about the
Anyway.
entire country?
Yeah.
Probably 18 million. Because I think there's like 600,000 homeless vets die a year.
Jesus.
Yeah. We outnumber you, even dying at that fucking rate. That's why. That's why I say things like that.
We are
Because
the
people should
we are the
remember.
biggest like undercover army in the country.
That's what I read on fucking YouTube anyways, 600,000. But your average fucking idiot's on YouTube, so.
Correct.
I'm sure it's some wild number.
That's
I
us
like-
too.
I'll do a little bit of fact checkery while we're at that. And I do have below in the, what do you call it? The
Comments.
description. 988 is the new sort of 911 for suicide. That's in the United States and Canada. I tried to see if that was the case in other countries, but it didn't seem to be. And then I'm gonna start getting a list of what it is in other countries
Have
too.
you ever called the crisis hotline?
Yeah, I've had great results with it, but then Iggy told me he called and they're like, quit bitching. And he was like, what the fuck?
The crisis hotline sometimes will almost make you want to finish the job.
Yeah, that's what it's like. I was so surprised because I've been a loyal customer, but like, you shouldn't need them that much, but I did. I was in a dark period, but then I was like, Iggy, you should call these guys if you ever get there. And he called him, and they're like, man, what's your fucking deal? And he's like, the war? And they're like, wow.
They were like, so yeah, next topic. We've heard this one before.
For sure.
We're not supposed to talk about that. Yeah, no. Anytime, and people always tell me that there's, resources out there, and Matt can attest to this, and so can Jenny, and so can any veteran that you talk to, for that matter. At least the ones I've spoken to. If you need help on anything, you better fucking get ready to go to war. Cause that shit ain't coming fucking easy.
No, it ain't.
Christ almighty. Never fought harder in my life.
Yes, this experience has been the most challenging of my life.
And you show up with a medical record that says, I have a thing, and then you get there and they go, yeah, but I fucking don't think you do.
They
I
told
think
me
you fucking
they told
don't.
me I wasn't even in the VA system.
They're like, we don't know you.
They told me they couldn't find my records. There's 15 years of them.
Yeah.
And I went to go get a hold of them. I got a hold of the National Archives.
You know what I wanted to say when they told me that? I wanted to ask which one of y'all needs to be retrained.
They're like all of us. A few of us need to
Somebody
be.
needs to be retrained.
He does know a gunny who can retrain him.
So luckily the number's not 600,000.
No.
It's 8,000. Still.
Told you, your average fucking idiot on YouTube.
8,000 is not awesome. Holy Christ, more than 5,000 of them? So, like 3,000 of them, about kind of our agey. More than 5,540 of them are 50 and older.
Yeah.
So, like senior enlisted in Vietnam era guys. And they're just like, oh, yeah. Yeah, you can see all those stories right themselves.
there was that guy from.
Yeah, that's the time frame when there was building and plotting for the whole country to be dog shit.
Well, there was a dude over by Nick's in Ortonville.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so his neighbor, his family was like just plotting for him to like kick the can, so they could get like all of his shit, and he had done his thing. He had gotten a nice, piece of property and like all of his stuff, and his family was just fucking greedy about it. They didn't give a fuck about him.
Yeah.
So he just fucking killed him. And then himself.
Yeah. Fuck it.
He was like, nobody wins now, motherfucker. Boldy fucking move. That's a fucking bold move right there.
That's good though.
See, I know my grandma.
I mean, I don't know if it's good or not. It's not good.
Well, I mean, it's not good.
But it's not good what they did to him either.
Exactly. That's why I'm
Like,
saying it's good.
You
You're a
just,
piece of shit. You deserve it.
well, I mean,
You know what I mean? Like,
going off, and I'm not gonna call anyone out, but I saw some shitty stuff happen after my wife passed away. Like, people see that as like a money grab.
Oh yeah, dude.
Like as soon as someone passes away, they don't give a fuck about that person anymore. They care about like material
What
shit.
They just start like raw hand jacking off to episodes of American Pickers, and they like can't wait to go through their shit.
Right?
Like, look at this, it's a sababa, and this is a
I can't
hamama.
even fucking touch Chelsea's shit.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine how they could just do that. How you can just like grab it and be like, "This is mine now."
Right.
She just died. What are you talking about?
Maybe smart people invented ghosts so that we could like fuck with people like that. Like, bitch, you know that's haunted? And like we invented ghosts for those people. Where we're like, this cunt stole my goddamn watch. And we're like,
Pretty
just know
sure
it's haunted.
Chelsea is capable of haunting. 'Cause
Yeah. Like, you know, what's his face? The magician who was like, I'll figure it out. Like, yeah, maybe. She could. She probably read his book. She's like, that fucking idiot. And you're like, what?
Chelsea's a very capable woman. She finds a way to do just about anything.
Yeah.
I know there are some days where I do stuff that I'm not quite proud of. I've done plenty of that.
It's life.
Well,
That's part of it.
yeah, sometimes I feel like she is grilling me for it. You know, it's a constant reminder to be better because I feel like she is watching.
Yeah.
You know, I can't do the same horse shit that I used to.
You like that?
But yes, I do.
I'll leave it here when I leave.
Like that I fucking
So you can use it.
shaved this damn thing. This thing was becoming fucking out of control.
Yeah, sometimes I get like overwhelmed or like I blink in and out. I'm like, oh Christ. And I realize, like I sort of have these moments where the sort of save file of myself that I've loaded is just now learning what we're up to. And I'm like, we did what? We're doing what? Oh Christ. Like, I don't know what I have, some kind of retrograde horse shit, but like, I'll blink through and then every now and again I'm like, what year is it?
Well, Jen, you've been going through a transformation, which you and I have spoken about this.
Which is a big thing too.
It requires finding your identity again once you get, like, every time that you evolve,
Right.
you have to find out what that identity is. You have to find out how it works, like, and you need it validated.
Kind of like, yeah, how you need to, I don't know.
True, to like almost prove, not prove, but
No, it's getting the footing to take the next step. Like, you need to make sure that it's there so you can take that step.
yeah. Cause I like, there's elements of, like I'm trying to like peel away, like, so my thought was as I was going on and like taking on all this stuff in particular, that I would just take it all on as it came. So I was like, well, if that's what we're up to, I guess that's what that's what we're up to. And so I wasn't going to take on anything extra. I wasn't going to try, do everything. But I was going to really think about it and just go for like, all right, I'll give that a shot. And that's kind of like, and then the, what do you call them? Consequences of those. So like, this equals that, that equals this. So like I've been kind of dealing with, and we've been talking this too, I've been kind of dealing with the wig or no wig thing a little bit more because I have noticeable breasts that like, you gotta look for them sometimes, but that doesn't mean they're not noticeable. Wink. And so like, that doesn't mean I have to make a decision about it. True statement. I could just dress as I always dress. I could just dress like a dude. I could just dress like I have been as like a sort of late stage goth chick. But I don't know. Now it's an opportunity to do so. But like, I do also find myself getting lost in it, in like the vapidness that pops up, or the vainness, or the
Nice
like
word.
ego, and these these less than pleasant and things that I'm not 100% proud of that come with me chugging estrogen, not chugging, I take a prescription as monitored, but taking the estrogen and all these things and getting my levels right and doing my thing, there are these things, I don't know, you've been pointing it out too, where as these hormones kick in, I'm a lot more sort of living with a gal you've lived with before in some cases than, it's noticeable. I'm much more female than male these days.
Yes, it's, and you know and look, I am not going to run from anyone. I do not do well with females.
No.
I'm just going to fucking say it, I don't.
I made the joke he does well with me because I'm dude-shaped.
And that's not necessarily it either. I do, with women I respect, I'm all for it, but...
And it's not hard for them to gain your respect, but it's also kind of not hard for them to lose it. But it's also the same for dudes. You have the same channel
Correct.
of life. Bob, goodbye.
Yes. There is a person who is around my kids every fucking day. That motherfucker can burn in hell.
Yeah, that guy bothers me.
Yeah. I don't think I've met a single person where I told them. And here's the deal about me. I don't sugarcoat my fucking stories, and I also, I will tell you what I fucked up. I still tell the whole story, and they still fucking hate you after because you're a piece of shit.
For sure.
What the fuck? Dude, yeah, that more recent one, I was like, you got to be fucking kidding.
Oh, you say shit. I'm sorry. You talk about Chelsea. I mean, you signed a contract to go to war with me. If you talk about Chelsea.
That's her ghost coming back. She's like, well.
Oh yeah, through me, by the way. And she has an excellent vehicle. I'll fucking go through a fucking wall for her in a second. I mean, even
That's the thing though. People act tough through the phone, but they won't say shit to you in public.
no, they don't. I
They fucking know who we
figured that out recently. I walked into someone else's house and was yelling at somebody.
It's like that dude at the fucking event.
Dude. Well, and she even, she keeps me going a lot too. I'll consider, all the time I think about quitting. Just as I think about everything all the time anyway. So quitting is amongst everything. And sometimes I have sort of a bad emotional day, we'll call it. And I'm thinking about quitting for Jesus H. I have destroyed this wig.
Shit, I'm on 5 in a row, Jen. You're doing pretty good.
But
Wig?
Wigs?
Bad days in a row.
Oh. Wait, what was I saying? All right, this is coming on. I have torched this. Careful with your wigs, gang.
Quitting. Talking about quitting.
Oh yeah. So sometimes I'm sad and I want to quit because I'm sad, and sometimes I think about quitting because I'm happy and I want to go continue being happy, and I think, I could do that elsewhere, and I get all these sort of ephemeral thoughts, and every now and again, some of their, if you work out that math, it leads to get out of here, or it leads to quit, or it leads to something, and then that almost immediately gets shut down by her. Of what? And I'm like, yeah, nah, you're right.
I mean, she really does simplify it for you. Because she would look at you and be like, "You're gonna quit?" And you're like, "All right,
Yeah.
guess I'm getting back out there."
Roger.
I gotta. We're about to light up one of those joints, by the way, and I gotta throw the juice.
Yeah. I want to go find a different way. I need to fix it. I think I'm gonna wash this one and see if that helps it. I just torched it. I fucking combed it dry. Never do that. It's a plastic wig also, I think, because I paid $20. And if this is human hair and I paid $20, they've killed someone. Oh no. But this is pretty shit hair.
By the way, those onion buns that we had earlier,
Yeah.
Fucking amazing.
fucking money.
Yummy.
Yeah, they are for sure.
And I think they were just the Meyer bakery version. Plugs into Meyer, eh?
They go great with the spicing of our burgers.
Oh my Christ, yeah. That whole
Holy
chow was
shit.
yummy. Everything was all Cajun and Creole and Sebastian,
I think
cruncher.
it's just the cook of the burgers.
The grill? Yeah, the grill is pretty good. Yeah.
Pretty hot.
No, wait till we get a fucking food truck.
Oh shit.
Those kids had no fuck. They were like, look, it was like they had just poked their head into Narnia. Like all this shit was sitting in front of them. Like our food, when we cook for folks, it's not just like low quality fucking bullshit.
No, we put time in.
We put a lot of time into not just the food, but like making sure the house is good and that, you know, everything that they would need while you're here is provided to you.
And the menu too, it's
including
all
wipes for your ass.
Like, yeah, we got you. Top to bottom, literally. Like, the menu too, every time we've done a menu, it's all really an accessible menu. It's something I could tell you how to cook and show you how to cook, and you'd be fine cooking it. It's all, we haven't made anything that, like, we could for sure make some shit where you're gonna be like, what the fuck? But that's fun for me once. Like, it's more fun for me to show you a meal, like that teach a man to fish thing. Like, fishing lessons, kid, that's me. Like, I prefer to give you a whole buffet of meals that you can make yourself. And that means, like, the sort of Paul Bocuse style, like 4 or 5 ingredients, just make it happen. At the most, like 3 and you're golden. Don't count salt and pepper. Salt and pepper is not an ingredient. It's a seasoning. We'll talk about details later.
Correct, yeah. That was another thing too. We actually like make our food taste good. So,
It screams.
yeah, people look at stuff and they're like, I don't like eating that. And then they try it and they're like, I can't stop eating it. Those cucumbers, that had to be the highest point of contention for Jen and I that day. We're getting ready and I'm like, they are not going to eat that healthy shit. Because I'm thinking like the youth doesn't,
They don't eat that shit.
they don't know anything about that. It's not, if their parents can't even fucking have dinner with them, do you think they're going to give them like healthy food? They didn't give a shit, by the way.
Yeah.
They were like, cucumbers? Fuck yeah. Like,
Oh, because it was basically like fancy pickles, which is a fun way. I did some thin sliced. It was basically like a white vinegar cucumber salad, and then I added a little bit of red pepper flake. I think that was really it.
well, it was some other stuff, but yeah.
Well, there was like a little bit of olive oil, or no, there was no olive oil this time. It was just white wine vinegar, salt, pepper,
Salt, yeah.
and then onion, white onion, and then that other thing I said. But Jesus, my brain is
Pepper
skipping
flakes.
beats. Yeah, the
Yeah.
red pepper flake. And so it was like a nice, because what's nice about that cucumber salad is its brightness, is it's like, it has that sort of crispness and a crunch and all those kind of nice, like almost like apple though. And then it's a problem because it's a little too fruity. And then hitting it with spice really fucking lets it be its own thing still.
Spice does bring out some stuff. You know, when I was younger, I didn't like spice.
Really?
I didn't. Nope. I didn't eat hot sauce until I was pretty far into the Marine Corps.
Oh shit.
Yes.
The Air Force really pushed me over the hot sauce limit, but like, I think being a hint of a hillbilly that I was at least getting hot sauce pretty young.
When did you have spice?
What?
When did you like get introduced to like to liking spice with your
Hot
food?
sauce and stuff?
Anything.
Probably about the age of 6.
Oh, jeez. Started young. I couldn't do it.
I've been eating Tapatio probably since I was about 6.
Is that why you got the IBD instead of the IBS? I just got the regular IBS.
It's
No,
also
I got IBD because I got salmonella.
also why he got hospitalized today. He's unhealthy as fuck. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
I am.
He's like that.
Actually, what happened was he was talking shit to Willis.
He's like, I get as black as you. And we're like,
No,
go
since I
for
took
it.
this fucking asshole that he's signed now, 12 hours.
Did we forget to flip him? We
I
forgot to
really
flip
would
him.
have loved to see you guys box. Fuck, that would have been awesome.
For sure.
Yeah, there's like, well, I've had 7
You can
headed.
fucking do it, can't you?
I can, yeah.
We'll
Willis
just swap
won't.
ro-
Willis won't get in the ring with me.
We'll swap rows and I'll train you.
Ask him. Ask him. He will not get in the ring with me
Why?
because we wouldn't be able to hurt each other.
Well, I know that. That's not the point of it.
We wouldn't be able to box.
It's for
We'd end up hugging, and then everyone's gonna be like, "What the fuck is this? A Disney movie?"
We'll do a wig match where he's still got to have the boxing gloves on, but he's got
But I
to take
feel
my
the
wig
same
off.
way, though.
Well,
Would
yeah,
you fucking like be able to just try to hurt Willis?
yeah, but it would be more of a competitive thing with you and Willis. Like Willis and I would both get ready for the fight.
Yeah, you can't go up there wailing on Willis with that accent.
Right.
No.
Be like, check it out, fellas. They're like, oh, oh, not this year.
Oh, this year is not the
Kidney.
year to fuck
Liver.
around with any of that.
No, it's election year.
It's a lot crazier than that. I've seen election years. This is a motherfucking circus show.
That you don't even need tickets for.
Nope. You can.
Free. Fucking rolling. We're free. on
Dr.
Dr.
Strangelove. Dude, you know what? And like, I don't know. I can't. How do I articulate it? I've been hitting this pen enough that I'm high enough to say that, like, okay, here's.
I should get that too.
Is this my complaint? Is this my problem? Is this my concern? This is the fucking villain they picked?
You want to go purple?
Like,
Yeah, I mean-
Jesus.
You wanna go
Fucking
purple
what?
this time?
I thought.
We did red first.
Oh, did we?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's the indica.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
It's gonna be end of the.
Okay, these things are tough, so I'm gonna take like a couple hits. I'm not.
Yeah, because we'll see
These
if
motherfuckers are not
That's
fucking
my
around.
fucking $14,000 phone.
we'll see if I become more tolerable in conversation.
It'll be worth that in 4 years.
Some Chinese kid making that shit for.
For fucking 74 cents, yeah. Motherfucker's 9 years old and got more fucking
Dude,
shoes than
This
Bill
is the
Gates.
fucking chick that costs the most fucking money of that thing.
Well, funny thing, like over there right now, because those kids are like smart and there's billions of them, they're cracking through over to like regular YouTube and they're like, "What the fuck?"
Right?
Oh, bullshit,
Oh, that
dude.
shit we heard
And so
earlier.
they're like starting shit over there. It's getting good.
I wonder if middle-aged men in China are getting English letters tattooed on them.
It means water and happiness.
Oh, cool. That actually
Love
says
and water.
cunt.
Love and
Love
water.
that's what it is.
Like that one says twat. That one says butter.
Daniel Tosh is a fucking. I
He's
know.
fucking savage.
His show is one thing, but his stand-up is phenomenal.
He started a podcast recently, which I haven't sat and like binged it, but I've sat and watched a few, and it's pretty. It's been pretty nice. Like because he kind of like interviews, people you'd expect, but then also just like sort of like semi-randos. And then Theo's been doing that too. Theo Vaughn.
Theo. Oh yeah, I know
He'll just
Theo.
have like, here's this fella I met. You're like, fuck yeah, Theo.
He's so down to earth. I gotta go. I got a DoorDash. I didn't want any more of this horse shit.
Oh, word?
I'll take it.
No. You get liquid IV.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you don't want that shit.
Oh, that's what you got?
Huh?
That's what you got?
Yeah, I got liquid IV for you.
Fuck yes. I need some of that pronto.
I'm joking.
Oh, for real? Damn, I was excited. Them motherfuckers
I'll
are
give
good.
you some in the morning.
Them motherfuckers are delicious.
Damn.
Don't get lemon lime this time.
Hold on, did you kill all 6 of those?
Yeah, one day.
You went through all 6?
No, 2 days. I drank 3 the first day.
And you needed an IV?
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
You
That day I was there with Willis, me and Willis both drunk like 5 of them together.
Dude, do you know how serious that was then? If it took
Yeah,
that
I
much,
still feel it.
I was surprised they only gave you the one bag. I was thinking they would at least give you the two.
No, they gave me one.
They're gonna be scared to have you out in the sun now.
Last time I had a ski.
They're like, oh, he's a Marine, fuck it. He'll be alright.
Yeah. Where were you stationed? Oh, you're fine. You get this.
Oh.
They're like, oh yeah, where was you, Camp Pendleton? Oh yeah, you used to no medical treatment.
Look, we have a stapler. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
We get a stapler at Camp Pendleton.
It's like, yeah, I went to medical 30 times. I got 30 pairs of fucking socks now. Oh, Paul. I'm good on that. That's hurting.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm coughing so much, gang. I want to put this out. But
Yeah, I don't want it no more. It's fucking me up.
I have to kick open this tea. Intermission, gang. Just kidding. Or not. Oh yeah, I wrote a book, dogs. Careful for the microphones now. The noises these microphones make are so awful. I apologize. Yeah, yeah. I wrote a book. Man, that shit is. I'm
Someone
already.
fucking artillery to driver window.
I
Bunch of fireworks going on out there. They're probably just sitting back enjoying the beer I ordered.
Oh, let me grab the one that's based on.
Yeah. Oh, look at that one.
Shit. They're gonna get in trouble here in a minute.
I'll probably get off soon.
Oh, we can wrap it up. We've done a good episode.
Right. Oh, I was gonna talk about my book.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
Okay. So, this is the first book because, not because it's the first one I've been working on, it's just the first one I managed to get out to shoot. A bunch of other ones have been taken forever, and this one is, it's called The Battlefield Guide to the Siddharma Pundarika Sutram, which is a wild name if you're not used to it. And then the subtitle is A Translation to the Lotus Sutra into Contemporary American Grunt. So what does that mean? So I really enjoyed this book, The Lotus Sutra, and I always talk to you guys about it a lot. Not because like, oh, it's this fucking spiritual, and it's actually like an excellent sort of text outside of like, oh, it's about this and about that, because it's not. It's actually not about that. So instead, I made this book easier to read. I made it smaller, and I put it in words you might already know, but that we already know for sure. And so I changed it. In the story of the Lotus Sutra, Buddha has a big meeting, and he has everybody come together, and he starts telling them these lessons and these parables, and he's trying to get his point across about, you know, what it is he's actually been teaching this whole time. And so that's what you find in my Battlefield translation, is this old sergeant is taking on the role of Buddha, and rather than telling the story of how they've been doing monk stuff for so long and telling people about enlightenment and what have you, it's the sergeant saying the exact same thing, just in sergeant-y kind of words. And this isn't meant to replace the Lotus Sutra. This isn't meant to be any kind of thing that you worship, or don't even fucking try it. But this is meant to be something side by side to give you additional words, to help you know that in all reality, this, the seminal text of Mahayana Buddhism, in my personal opinion, and the opinion of a lot of people, is actually far more attainable than you might think. And still, regrettably, the mystic law is not. You'll figure that out as you get going. But The book is, and that's a head start. So like, you know a lot. You are already so goddamn smart, and a lot of things are hidden behind nuancy, jargoned words, and they're like, oh, well, that's called a this, and this is called a. I don't care what it's called. What's it do? So, that's the. Adios. So that's the thing of it then. I don't know. That's an awful sales pitch, I guess. I'm high on a few kinds of drugs. He's hurting. It is good. It's
I know exactly what it was too.
what was it?
That fucking thing I just hit.
Oh, that indica. Yeah. It's I'm kind of hitting there too.
Cause I just hit the vape like 3 times and it didn't hurt at all.
So don't do indica before a plug gang.
Which it started hurting when I hit the other one too earlier. But not as bad.
Oh, your chest is starting to hurt again? Oh. Grab the coolie wrappy thing.
It's because I hit those.
Oh, so it's just chest booger thing?
I don't give a fuck what the doctor said. I think I have a lung infection.
It's possible. It's possible.
Well, I
You
mean,
can
I
have.
know I got fucked up from heat exhaustion.
Yeah.
That's because I was still.
Because you could have a booger up there, or
Hot until yesterday.
you can have a lot of weird stuff, or even just like you can have sort of cardiac stress that feels pinchy, and like that's why people freak out. Like I'm having a heart attack. Like, super close. Yeah, and he got EKG'd and shit, so they know he's good.
It's this shit that bothers me.
Yeah.
No. As long as I don't fucking die, I don't care.
Here, I'll read the thing on the back. I went through all that effort. That'll probably make this summary. Careful with indicas. That's all I'm saying, me. In the Battlefield Guide to the Siddharma Pundarika Sutram, Jenny Durden masterfully, reinterprets the timeless teachings of the Lotus Sutra through the gritty and poignant experiences of military life. This unique translation brings ancient wisdom to the forefront of modern struggles, providing solace and guidance to those who have faced the trials of both the battlefield and the home front. Join the old sergeant as he shares profound lessons on resilience, inner strength, and compassion with soldiers gathered around the smoke pit. Through vivid storytelling and relatable characters, each chapter offers a beacon of hope and a path to a spiritual awakening amidst the chaos of war. This book is a tribute to the courage and the camaraderie of soldiers, emphasizing the power of belief, the importance of teaching and leadership, and the value of finding inner peace even in the most challenging circumstances. Whether you are a veteran seeking solace, a civilian looking for inspiration, or a spiritual seeker eager for a fresh perspective.
You almost got in your ass whooped.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
I thought you was some random person coming in here.
Damn, you already forgot.
I forgot you went outside.
Yeah, that joint hit hard.
Dude,
I hit it one time
hard as
already.
hell.
Dang.
How many pages is it? Oh yeah, it's 96 pages. That's what this one is.
Same as like the Warrior Ethos. It was
Yeah.
about the same amount of pages by Stephen Pressfield, by the way. I don't want
And
to copyright bullshit.
it's meant to be like I'll kind of dip through. I won't read any of it because I'm too stoned for that. But I'll go through some of the chapters to give you like an idea.
There are no page numbers, by the way.
Yeah, I found we got it in like the first edition. The contrast on the cover is dog shit. I'll work on it. And then there's no page numbers. There's a table of contents tells you what page everything's on, and you can go ahead and write your own page numbers on, and they'll match. That's true. They will line up. However, I did go ahead and. That's why.
Yes.
Should you not?
This
That's
was
why-
a great learning thing for all of us, like our entire network.
Yes.
That's
you
why this
know-
was the first book, also, by the way, because I have another one that let's not do that one with.
Correct.
I
Correct.
didn't write this one. I mean, I did, but like, clearly, it's the Lotus Sutra, and then I just rewrote it. And I've been obsessed with this book, and I can't just write this again. It's already fucking out. And so I'm like, oh, I'll practice on this. It's lovely. Oh, the chapters. So like, for Buddhists, chapter 2, the lesson on skillful means. But then chapter 3 has been changed to the parable of the foxhole, rather than, I think it's just called The Parable of the Burning House, or is it? No, that's the Parable of the toy carts, and you'll love it. Read it. It's the shit. But lessons on growth and potential, prophecies for the learners and the adepts, the lesson on teaching and leadership, lessons on merit, lessons on rejoicing, lessons on entrustment, lessons on universal compassion, lessons on sacrifice and healing, and yeah, these are hokey
Guitar
pokeys.
lessons at the end.
Yeah, right here in the, it's an invisible ink though. You have to spray it with lemon juice.
I'm taking dancing lessons soon.
And I gotta, oh, that's not a dancing song.
I,
Live in
you
La
know,
Vida, that's the dancing song.
ballroom dance is not one I've learned, but there's like 7 variations of it, isn't there?
There's a bunch.
Yeah.
There's a wild amount. Because it starts in
I'm probably about to go down
court,
Fine.
like modern ballroom.
Love
Fuck, I don't even know
Not
where
invited
it's
to my birthday.
Are you quitting?
now. Yeah, I'm out.
All right. Sleep tight, baby.
Go talk to my kids before they go to sleep.
Alright, I love you.
Love y'all.
Podcast.
Good night. Love you, chat.
Good night, gang. Yeah. What was I saying? Something about the French? Was that in there?
So Colin Willis, come kick his fucking ass.
Willis. Just there's his new alarm clock.
You know, Willis was just saying today, he's like, by the grace of God, I did not move in there. He's like, can you imagine both of us under one roof again? Because one thing I brought up today was, well, actually yesterday we were talking about it. One of the big things that our unit did when Willis and I were stationed together for that little bit when he was living with me was we played 2-ball soccer. And we had like some soccer studs.
Yeah.
Captain Colstead was definitely semi-pro. He kicked that thing from half the field and score.
That would suck.
Right? So, 2-ball soccer is intense because both are in play at the same time. So like you could have one going on offense and one coming on defense. You could have both coming on defense. You don't know what's going to happen at any point because someone could just take the ball from someone and all of a sudden like you think both the balls are going toward your offense.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, now they're coming like the other direction.
You could get fucking wild and medieval with it too, and like try and get like a double possession, and then do like you're gonna basically do 2 layups at once, like double flank it,
Yes.
double cross it, but
And-
pull one back
and
at
they
the
did.
last, and then
Like,
have it in reserve.
We're talking. These are all Marines that they were playing. Like these people they know tactics. So like, they would know how to they would get your system down too.
They're like,
Well,
see you.
who was the 2 defenders that always stuck together? Willis and me. And because we lived together and because we were so close, we just knew.
Yeah.
A ball would be coming, and I would know he was going for that one, but I would trust him to take that ball.
Yeah.
Well, I went, and sometimes I would even run up the offense to go score, because I can play offense too. I got mad fucking speed.
Yeah.
So sometimes I would take it all the way up, and I knew Willis was going to cover down in the back.
And that is a huge critical illustration right there of what it means to be on a team and what it means to not be an asshole on a team. Because that is how micromanaging doesn't look. That's how being up your teammate's ass doesn't look. You don't have to be checking in, check in with your teammates and go, You guys all doing good? That's checking in. That counts.
Yeah.
Don't go, so where we at on the, like, unless it's your fucking job to be accountable for, like, task listings and blah, 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 like, don't get nitpicky, don't worry about it, they've got it covered, trust them to have it covered, and then if they don't have it covered later, that's why we have fucking discussions like that, and counseling sessions, and blah, 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 but in the interim, like, let them cover it, cause, like, fucking A, it's also less shit for you to do.
I loved that that we got that, and I thought it was like, you know, this interesting thing because we've always been, Willis and I have just always, like, every time we get into something, we're always right next to each other. You know, it's great knowing that, like, you have, you know, wingmen like that.
Yeah.
He's not the only one, obviously. Like, I'm fortunate and blessed to have many.
Yeah. It's been great having you to cook with. Because, like, you're like, oh, yeah, I was a sous chef. And I'm like, fucking yes. So we just, like, bop, bop.
We do, it's weird how, like, you just, like, you get into, like, this, like, thing, and you just, like, start going and going and going, and you don't have to tell me shit.
Yeah.
Like when we discuss something and we say, like, okay, Roger, that's what we're doing, then, you know, we just go do it.
Well, and this is, like, I'm working on this doctrines book I'm trying to get together, this, like, leadership doctrine book. But I always talk about jazz all the time because it's the only analogy
was
that
playing
works
that
for me.
day.
It was playing that day, too.
I caught myself dancing in this room, and I was like, turn it off.
Turn it the fuck off. And it, like, the thing about, like, you don't tell your people what to do. You tell them what needs to be done. So in the kitchen, I'm not saying slice this, slice that. Because also, mealtime is not the fucking time for that. That's before. That's way before. That's the day before. That's, here, let me show you this. Here, when you're on it, it's just, all right, we're going to do the B thing, and then we're going to go up to the high bit, down to the low guy, and then to the thing. Yeah? Yeah. That should be all you, like, you shouldn't have to be a chef and be like, and we're slicing green beans. You're not a chef, you're an asshole. If you're an office manager and, like, your stamps are not supposed to be grounded to the left side, they're supposed to be grounded to the right side, you're awful. Like, if you're up someone's ass because their method is not your method, but the product they give you is still the product they ought to give you, then fuck yourself. Because, like, if they're there to make chocolate cakes, it doesn't matter that they're not wearing the same shoes as you, as long as the fucking cake is good, kid.
Correct. Yeah, I have enjoyed because it's been hard to keep up with the Saturday dinners. Because, you know, like, stuff has been rough.
It's been taxing. We're both in the sort of tail end of recovering through some pretty dramatic and dynamic mental illnesses. Like, we're having a good time, but also, like, no. Like, we're not even kind of out of the woods, but we found a nice place to hang out in the woods where we're like, this is okay. We can do this from time to time. Picnics over here, swing set over there next spring. It's going to be all right. Like, I think that's our relationship with the woods these days.
Well, I mean, shit. I guess, like, the reason why we started the dinners and then, you know, when everyone came over the other day, it just seemed like a beautiful knot being tied into, like, the bow of, like, here's the gift. Here's why you do the work that you do, and what makes it worth it. Because seeing the enjoyment that those folks got that day, and all the dinners that we've done for that matter. I don't think we've had a dinner where it was like, that was a fucking shit show.
Right.
We have not had one that was like that.
And as a sort of complicated philosophical thread, me as a sort of atheist Buddhist, I was really materially motivated to start these meals as they were by three sources: St. Francis of Assisi and Sikh Langers. I think that's who runs it. They're like these. The Sikh Langers were the ones that really fucking blew my mind. And then I forgot the third one. It was something. Oh, the military, United States military.
Yes.
So the military, and then these two religious institutions, and I'm like, oh, that's a fucking good idea, dude. All three, excellent. All three reached the same opinion. All three for wildly different reasons, wildly different goals, and yet they're still all fucking right. Feed them. Feed them, feed them. I don't give a fuck. Feed them, feed them, feed them, feed them.
Yeah,
I get so mad. Feed them.
I
Sorry.
saw that in a movie the other day. That they were saying the same thing, and I guess I'm getting it now. Like, I guess I was taken because I went from basically, at 14 I started working at a restaurant.
Yeah.
So I had good food.
Yeah.
And then I went into the military, and
Right.
then I had the fucking chow hall for 15 years, and I was learning how to cook during. So when I got out, I never went without that. I've
Right.
had that. I've made that part of my reality now for 20 plus years.
Same. I've been teaching myself to cook since I was in my single digits. So like 7, 8, doing sort of minor pokery. And then by about 6th grade, I was really fucking banging shit out.
I'm fortunate that home cooked meals have been a majority of what I've done, and whether that be in the barracks, the chow hall,
Yup.
or like some sort of variation on shit.
Yeah.
I've eaten more of that than I have out in town. Yeah, of course. During my service, I had my times where I was going out all the time, especially when I was making all that money.
Yeah. And then even if you're not making money, like, I was an E5 in the guard, so like you're spending it the second you make it just to get fucking gas to get to the base. But then also, like, by the time I did have a job out there, I would get McDonald's for breakfast every day, which is not the cheapest, not the greatest, not the healthiest, not the, like, at no point was that even my right decision to be making. But you end up in these ruts after a minute, and you just do. Like, you do. I did, at a minimum. And it's possible for anyone else to, too, but, like, there are those sort of, like, broke guy ruts of blowing all your money on, well, I got $5, so I can buy shit that's $5 now.
Yeah, I mean, I was making 5,000 every 2 weeks.
Right.
It's too much money.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have that kind of spending power. Oh.
That'd be nice now, like after inflation and then like with all the shit we want to do.
The ideas
But as a
you
kid?
get in your head, it's too much though. Like, it's too. There's so much money you don't have to look at your bank account. You just be like, oh, we want to do this. How much do we want to do it? Like, you just start saying like, how far do you want to go with this? And it's insane because you start doing dumb shit. You start. I'm not saying blow it all, but you give it all, like, you give a lot of it away.
I'm thinking of that thread tied to the kids sort of being apprehensive about eating, and then my sort of apprehension about frivolity. Like my knee-jerk statement was that frivolity is an insult to those who suffer. Like I think you should be able to spend your money and enjoy your money, and you should find joy and all those fucking things. But don't be frivolous, because like find joy on the way, but don't just seek. You're like, oh, but I'm having fun. Like that's terrific. Get the fuck out of our way then, because there's people hurting.
This is like the Christmas concept, right? What everyone fails to realize is, well, I shouldn't say that. Some people fail to realize this. You don't have to give a lot to get a lot, right?
Yeah.
Or to send the correct message, you don't have to give, like...
Or you don't have to give a thing.
Correct. It doesn't have to be, yeah, you're right. One of your paintings or a piece of writing from me has meant a ton to people.
What is the one thing we have given the most of?
Food.
I think St. Francis would agree with on this one, of what the one thing a person with poverty can give of, they can give of themselves. And that's something we do all the fucking time.
And I mean, because, you know, if we say we're going to do something, we will do it. Like, if we don't have money, we find a way
Yeah.
to, like...
We'll at least, like, blow a blood vessel fucking trying.
Yes. I mean, and we get resourceful, too. Like, this week, I mean, we were pulling out, you know, all these things. Okay, what is it this? Like, how we want to do this? And
Gandalf, Dumbledore, all of them were like, what do you want, guys? We owe you one. We're like, just calm down. Your beards are cute, though. Anyway.
yeah, my beard, I trimmed it before then, right?
Before the party? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That thing was getting...
It was alright. It was, I think it could have, I've been noticing this thing where folks are doing more of like a Persian kind of Mesopotamian sculpt, which is adorable.
Well,
It's
Kyle
just
does
like-
the flip out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could go a little bit straighter, but like he does do well with the bristlies.
He does. Kyle can do
kinda-
well with anything.
He's got like a little bit of like the European high and tight thing going.
Yes.
Like just a little bit down the cheekbones. and you're like,
He's,
what the fuck?
he is a gem right there. He is a gem of a guy.
Yeah. He's sweet.
We are so fortunate to have, you know, all those people, and then the new ones that we're bringing in, you know, now too. You know, you have my sister back in my life, and
Your family's wild now.
it got big quick. It got big quick.
Or like, bring the babies, fucking everybody, come on.
You know, and
Under
I care
12.
so much about all of them too. I would just, you guys don't know like how much I stretch myself. I care that much. You know, I wish I could give the same things to my kids, but their mothers think that
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it changes from day to day, really. There's a little bit of a... it depends. It's easier...
Well, they think my opinion of them is my opinion of the children, I guess.
Maybe. Or are they trying to use them as, like, portions of their own identity?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're, like, objective. Well, that could make sense for the idea of objectifying as like somehow a goal to obtain.
I know, like, you know, with my oldest, I did a lot of wrong there. I did. I'm responsible for most of that, and I think, you know, him and I will be okay in the end. But he's gonna be protective of his mother, and
Yeah.
like
and that's his
I
thing.
support that too.
He's got to go through that. Like that's the sword he's been handed. That's the card. That's the deck. That's the boom.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got cast in this one, this kid, but she got cast in that. I got cast in this. We all got shitty rolls this time. Hopefully next time we all get to play King Lear, and it's terrific. But in the meantime,
I mean, he can already beat me in chess, and has,
which is fucking pretty crazy,
right? Yeah,
because that's a limited list.
I'm an 1100, 1100 on my skill rating on chess.com. So, I mean, 2000's hard. Like that's like almost pro level. So I'm right. Like I would say I'm above average.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's investing in that, you know, it shows that he's. And I've always said this, like my kids do not need me around. They have my genes in them. They are going to find a way. That's in our genes.
Well, you know what's interesting too is that like chess is an interesting mode of scratching the Oedipal itch. Not the fuck thine mother, but the kill thy father. The combat of combating the father for the primary affection of the mother, and like also for the role of the father. Like I wear the boots now, dickhead. And you're like, oh my god, you do. Like rather than him going to the Marine Corps, he can just whoop your ass in chess, and you're like, holy shit, kiddo. And like that's
you know what? And it's all like, I love watching it. I want him to be better than me. I want him to be. I want him to be greater and to make better decisions on what he does in his life, because I made a lot of shitty ones.
I think that was with my dad similarly. I think he is fascinated by my bravery. Like I think, like if I'm being honest about, you know, do my parents like me? Yeah, of course they do. Do they respect me? They, yes. The answer is yes. They think so. They do their very best to do so. There's a few things they're shy on, but that's due to naivety more than anything else.
Yeah.
And then, okay, so what is it that they're proud of me in doing? It's not being stopped by the shit they were.
And
Because
that's
they're like, what about the monsters? I'm like, fuck monsters.
Most of the time, like, when people look at my situation and they're like, what are you proud of? And I'm like, at this point, I just have to fucking survive.
Yeah.
And not touch kids, and I've done better than my father.
Right.
I
just gotta keep reeling the numbers up. Bing, bing, +1 that shit.
Right. I mean, I beat my dad.
Yeah.
At 18.
Yeah. Hang on, I gotta change this song in the background. I don't think it's super loud, but like it's chatty. That's distracting.
Yeah, he chose to eat a bullet himself than to have to confront me. And my dad was a crazy guy, so he could have come after me.
Yeah.
And I totally see him doing that at like some other point in his life. He wouldn't even question it.
Yeah.
he would have came over and wreaked havoc.
There's like every now and again, there's like, the only reason he wasn't a serial killer is because his hobby was whooping your ass. Like he was busy. Like,
Oh, business was good for him.
he's like, well, I'll just do this.
This
Like,
motherfucker beat my fucking ass all up and down.
Holy shit! Inventive motherfucker.
Well, he was inventive. You know, but all.
like avoiding things too, because there's a couple of lessons that you've talked about where like he is creative and there's a lot of shit where you're like, all right, I see what you're headed there with, but then there's some stuff where I'm like, you lazy motherfucker, and like
Thanks, sir.
I think like there's a few where there's just coincidences that I think he was being lazy. He's like, yeah, also there's a lesson in it. And you're like, you just didn't want to put your shoes on, asshole.
Well, you know, that was okay. The putting the dog thing down.
It's pretty wild. That is not the responsibility of a child. I would even put that on a 16-year-old.
Seems like something.
Maybe a
you
16-year-old.
should be doing as the dad.
Yeah.
To be like, let me not. Because that's something I do as a father is I don't want my kids to go through certain things, right?
Yeah.
And like I did that with Chelsea.
Or learn how easy the hammer pull is on my fucking gun.
Right. But no, he's like, this is your responsibility. And I was 7, 8 years old.
That's
Here,
insane.
you take this revolver. There's a dog.
Like,
You
if it was
take
a
that
cat,
and shoot that.
and they're like, you gotta take his litter box out. You'd be like, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. Yes, empty the litter box. But,
I'm all about that stuff. I can get down with like,
yeah.
you know, you tell me, okay, the dog needs to be taken care of. Just like with Sam. You saw how well I was
Yeah.
attentive with Sam. Shit, I worried about her more than I did me.
Yeah. She's funny too, because she had this, there was a fence around her at all times, kind of, sort of. She was being, like, I see you, lady. But she needed it, wanted it in creepy ways. But also, too, she was spoiled. Just spoiled.
Fucking spoiled.
She was
Downright spoiled. And she knew it too. She was a little prissy bitch. Got away with everything.
And then she'd like scoot. And she was, because she'd be over in this other corner and we'd be kind of chatting. And then he'd be like, go to your spot. She'd be like, okay. And she'd get in her spot. And then gradually she'd kind of like sneak out of her spot a little
God.
bit.
Oh,
Or
this
she'd lay down
lady.
just outside of her spot. Like,
The half outside.
does this
Like-
count? How about this?
What's this look like?
Bitch, you fucking spot. And
She
then
knew too. I'd be like,
she could do the back door with you perfectly. With me, fuck you. Open the goddamn door, dude. Like, she would just be, I'm like, all right.
I have a video of me getting her like set up for the back door. You know,
I remember a few days of training her with that.
she's such a good dog for someone right now. Like it's
Oh my god.
she's such an amazing creature, and like I knew we couldn't hold on to her.
No. Not for the purposes she was needed.
No, she needed to be, and I'm glad I got to train her.
Yeah. Yeah, for her Jedi training to continue, she would have become a Sith. Like,
She was getting close.
yeah.
She was getting close. She needed to go be at work.
Yeah. She needed to be busy because she was gonna be busy anyway. Really. She'd find shit to do. She wasn't just
Yeah.
like when
She is designed for that. She's a, you know,
like when you were gone, she would hang out with me for the most part a little bit. She'd like sit here, but then she'd be like, I'm gonna sit over there now. And then she'd do something around here, sit over there, go upstairs for a bit, fuck around. She was just all over the house the whole day, just bebopping and looking at shit and popping in like, "Hey, can you let me outside? Let me outside, all right?"
She was such a beautiful dog.
She looked like an
do
illustration of a German
fucking
Shepherd.
miss her. I do, like, but
Not her shedding.
you know, just like with some of the people I've had to let go, I knew it was better for them to go to the next chapter. You know, like I can't hold on to everyone, and it's
Right.
not good for us to always like, you know, just superimpose ourselves on people because we don't want to lose them. Like,
Right.
you gotta let them go too. And one of my exes, and you know the one I'm talking about, like I had to let her go
Yeah.
because she needed to. She wouldn't become what she needed to if I was hanging around.
Yeah. We kind of, what's the, by our nature, we won't necessarily let certain stuff go wrong that kind of should, for certain lessons to happen, or for certain risks to be taken, or I don't know, like there's a lot there. You can tell someone they're good enough and they'll go, "Okay, thank you." But that won't be the thing that causes them to go do it. They kind of need to be forced to. And so that's when you're like, "Well, I bought you a food truck." And they're like, "What?" "Well, now you have a food truck and the next payment's due next month. And I stole your credit card and it's in your name already." And they're like, "What the fuck? That's a crime." And you're like, "But you're a business owner."
A loaf of heroin, a loaf of meth. That's what I thought of in that circumstance.
One loaf of meth, please. We use it for soups, mostly. And meth. Yeah. People are ready. There are sort of in contemporary events. We don't even have to mention anything because if anyone is aware of any horse, like I've just been rapidly avoiding the news. I forget about it and then
And you have to.
I open a thing and I'm like, "Boo! What the
And
fuck?"
you should. Like, you should.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, but like the news was there to inform us 40 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe even longer than that. But at a certain point, it did not. It became another money grab, and
Yeah.
anytime there's money behind something, you're not getting the image that you want to get.
Yeah, watch the commercials, and that will tell you what they want you to be prepared to buy. And it's a lot of antidepressants, it's a lot of impotence pills, it's a lot of testosterone enhancements, it's a lot of beauty creams, it's a lot of trips and vacations and tours.
Yeah,
They
anything-
want you to think you are ugly, fat, limp dick, not man enough, not woman enough, not gay enough, not trans enough, not patriotic enough, not fucking nothing enough, not rich enough, not poor enough, black enough, white enough, purple enough, whatever
Correct.
enough.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, you ain't enough, motherfucker, because you got to buy the kit. The kit comes with the CD. It's got
And
a
you
booklet
also
in
have
it.
to hate these people because if you don't,
Well, yeah, because we're on the Red Wings and they're on the Bruins. Is that hockey?
yes.
And then fuck them.
Boston won this year too.
Those motherfuckers.
Well, they're on a dynasty run right now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like the Chinese. Or.
Well, I mean, in sports,
The name and the-
to win the championship, you know, they're making a run.
the Chinese.
Chicago, the Blackhawks, when I was in Chicago, They won in 2010, 13, and 15.
What was that hockey town period?
Here?
Yeah, where people were like, it was going ape shit for a minute.
90, the 90s. 90s and early 2000s.
Just the whole things. Hell yeah.
I mean, they were Eisman, Shanahan, Osgood.
Chelios.
Yes. I mean, we remember all of them. And I never got to go to fucking, like, Joe Louis Arena, and I'm pissed.
Yeah, I never got to see a hockey game there. I got to go for some other shit. Boat shows and stuff.
I wanted to so bad. You know, the shitty thing was until I got in the Marine Corps and I was in Chicago, I didn't get that opportunity to go
Oh, yeah.
to a fucking hockey game.
I literally haven't, since the military, gone to a sporting event. Because I just, like, it just doesn't come up anymore. What, that kind of fucking money? Are you shitting me?
yeah.
Get
Have
the
you seen the
fuck out.
tickets now?
No! I don't even pretend. I don't even pretend. I'm not going to.
When I went to that concert with fucking She Who Will Not Be Named.
Yeah, I only go to concerts for free. If I can't get in that place in the back door, I don't need to hear your goddamn music there.
The cost of those tickets. Okay, we were not in a good spot. I was like, who are we seeing?
Yeah.
That one got my fucking heart going.
Oh, baby boy.
You guys need to calm the fuck down.
I got that bullhorn. Oh my, I blacked out one time.
No, but the thing is,
With
you
the
don't know
bullhorn
where it's
out.
coming from around here.
Yeah,
It's coming from fucking 8 different angles.
True. Because it sounds like I heard it coming from
There.
here, but like, who the fuck knows? It could be bouncing off of the neighbor's garage into.
Correct.
Like triangulation of any kind of signal. I remember trying to.
And I'm not gonna
triangulate radio
go
waves in a
walking
fucking
down
neighborhood.
the street looking for who is shooting these fireworks off
Not this time.
because I'm not insane.
That's what I did.
I
last
look
time.
like a fucking little Viking walking down the street in a predominantly like Detroit neighborhood.
Yeah. That's a way of putting it. I like it here too. I like I like that it is quieter. That much is nice.
It is the best in the winter. I will give you that. Like,
Holy shit.
it was the best in the winter.
Yeah. It really like quiet
So quiet.
and just real chill, and everybody was pretty like, hey, what's going on? And like,
But it was like a,
yeah.
and then
And we moved in like Christmas time, and it was.
yeah, it was December-ish.
We did Christmas, New Year's, everything was groovy.
Yeah, now is honestly, I think it's fucking lack of AC.
Yeah, I could see that being a real deal thing.
Every time I go to the store, if I go to the liquor store, I know this for sure, and I was thinking about this the other day. A lot of them ask for red cups when they get their stuff, and I'm like, why do they need cups? Like, are they not going to a spot? You know where the only place that has AC? The car.
Oh, word. Word.
They're fucking hanging out in their cars and drinking
Yeah.
so they can fucking have some peace.
Right.
And it's like, that's the shit that's like blowing my fucking mind, is that people are having to go to these lengths just to get peace in their life.
Yeah, dude, like, I had a thought similarly a few days ago in that heat of like, when you mentioned that some folks were out just like miserable on their porch and shit, I was like, we're gonna have to figure out installing air conditioners for everyone in the neighborhood, which clearly we're not. That's not our responsibility.
Yeah,
but like
no,
my brain jumps
mean,
to shit like that.
Someone could have had that fucking job.
Yeah.
Because you could have fucking done it for everyone here.
Yeah, figure get a grant, tax write-off, this, that, the other thing, fucking biggity bang.
Detroit would pay you to do that.
Yeah.
If you said like, oh, I'm gonna offer my services to go fucking hook everyone up, so they're not, angry every fucking day.
Right. Just prove where you're saving them money by like, oh, you're gonna pay
You know
me
how
this
these
much.
brick houses get in the fucking summer?
It's an actual.
I can't even fucking imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, because it gets the second the air stops moving upstairs, it gets warm.
It does.
And then you just like boop, fluids, sweating.
Everything. Yeah, no, that's why I'm so fucking skinny. Fucking wake up
bedroom's
covered in
sauna.
fucking sweat sometimes.
Oh my god, dude! I woke up a couple mornings thinking I pissed myself because it was just that much ass sweat as my throat closes in. Ass sweat.
Swamp ass.
Swamped ass. I got a little bit of it going on right now.
I do not. I'm actually quite comfortable. Today was fucking wild.
Yeah.
Woke up, I woke up like, it's so weird because I don't have to set an alarm clock.
Yeah.
Like, you guys tell me when a movement's happening, and like, my internal clock knows. Like, yesterday I didn't even worry about packing or like doing this, doing that. I was just, like, I was getting in the zone. And then this morning, like, everything just, it clicked. And it was like, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
All this shit. And I was very militant this morning, obviously.
Yeah.
Uh,
I was still waking up. I was like, what?
I I wanted him, like, when I get motivated about something, I wanted him to get down to his family. And it's the only thing that mattered to me was getting him down there to those kids and his wife. And plus I wanted the experience of like seeing, I know he was excited about showing us
Yeah. I
you
want
know,
to see.
his home and everything. And
He wanted us to drive through Fayetteville and see that he wants me to. They're trying to talk me into, like, if we can get a compound down there. He's like, we can get food trucks going to Fayetteville. And I'm like, I'm very easily talked into all kinds of shit, man. So, like, if the plan's good and as long as it pushes the ball forward, the mission moves. Like, I don't care.
I think
where I am.
everything today happened for a reason, though. Honestly,
Yeah.
I'm glad we got the movement underway.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got the breakfast that we did.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Even though I was like, when I get into like war
Yeah.
horse mode, like I'm ready to go.
And they showed up with that, and it was Cracker Barrel, but like, also you said hash browns, and they're like, casserole, right? And so it was just cheese, and you're like, listen, no, get the fucking, just potatoes, please, with butter. What is wrong with you people?
Just cook the fucking potatoes.
Should we dip them in milk next? What are you doing?
No, I've never had to ask at Cracker Barrel for, like, I've had that.
Well, see, because even that lady was calling the ham weird shit, because Matt was like, why is she calling it
sweet
that?
ham.
Yeah.
They've never said that.
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Or she was calling it sweet ham and salty ham.
Yes.
Because
She's like, how do you want your ham? I was like, the breakfast style.
Right. But she was like, it basically, I guess, just describing it for like northern dunces. Like, what's country about it? Does it sing? And you're like, shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
but imagine how many fucking assholes they get in there these days who are like, this is too salty.
Right. I wanted it to taste like countries. And you're like, shut the fuck up.
In which part of breakfast did you not think was gonna be salty, bitch? Butter.
It was so
Butter
bad.
on your bread. You have fucking bacon, pork, like,
Biscuits.
come on.
Yeah. all the
Everything
meats.
has fucking salt.
And then you add salt too.
Yeah, of course. Eggs.
Yup. Gotta. It's yummy.
Well, yeah, butter and fats are fucking. Well,
It is
butter is a
crazy.
fat, by the way.
Like the English breakfast tradition and the American breakfast tradition, they're fucking madness. And then you look at other countries and you go, oh, I guess that does make sense, huh? That you don't want to eat the heaviest foods you can think of first thing in the morning. Meanwhile, we're like, now, could you fry more of it?
Correct.
Like, I need to have
They're
the
like, I want an
raging
Oreo,
shits.
but I also want it fucking deep fried.
Like, now I have a paper to write earlier and then a meeting to go to, and I'd like to have just bubble guts.
This is what I don't like.
Just
If you're gonna
teetering
eat,
on
if you're gonna
diarrhea.
eat that, do not expect sympathy from me. Like, people are like, I shouldn't be eating this. No, you shouldn't. You should not be eating that. If you are actually like hesitating at all, do not eat it.
This folks like, how come I shit blood all the time? It's like, well, there's a number of answers there.
I never got that part. Is like, people want to do shit, and then they want you to feel bad for them
Yeah.
for doing it, and you're like,
Yeah.
then why are you doing it?
Like, there's some times where, as people with like mental health things, we can for sure be like, yeah, I get that. Being crazy is crazy. But there's other times where you're like, no, you don't get points for this one.
get
That's
points
just
for that
dumb. That's just dumb. That's not neurological.
Yeah, like,
that's not learned.
for
That's
me-
just you being an asshole.
Like, I don't like going banana cream sandwich on alcohol, but and I think because of my disability, like I have to lean on it to like press through certain things.
Mhm.
But I know I certainly don't want to do that.
Yeah.
When I'm happy, I do not drink at all.
Yeah. And it's kind of a thing too of it's the it's not that you necessarily need the booze to do something, and it's like it's kind of it's making me think of Hemingway. in a way.
I use it to like get my dopamine up.
Right. Well, and it's also this other thing it does too is it prevents you from stopping yourself from saying certain things. It just like goes boop, governor's off, and then so like any sort of apprehension
I
you would
can
have.
get everything out.
Yeah. Because like, and you're like, well, because that's what everyone else drinks for too, is to eliminate apprehension. And so like, boom, you're like, boom, fuck that apprehension. You are gone for the next week and a half. I'm not apprehensive. And like, it just zips through because that's sort of like what it is as a depressant is it's depressing the parts of like it's stopping you from stopping yourself.
I mean, yes, it does allow me. It is another avenue for me to help like get me out of like what I'm going through. Because if I just had to sit with it, you know what drives me?
Yeah.
Like even when I'm not drinking at all, like the shit sits with me and it just festers and festers and festers and festers.
Yes.
Because even when I was working with Craig for those 5 weeks,
Yeah.
like every day I would go to work, and most of the time I would be by myself, just working on
Right.
the job. But you imagine the thoughts
Oh, yeah.
and the anger I had at like certain things
Well, and maybe people should frame it this way too, and understand and think about like, oh my God, when they drink, they say such awful things. Yeah, because when they don't, they just think them, and they're locked in their fucking head with that shit.
Correct.
They're not saying it to you because you're the cunt. You might be in that moment for like, oh God, you bugged, but like, no. Like, thank God you were the like tick that or tack that like snagged their balloon, and they're like, and thank you. Fucking, I swear to God.
Yeah.
And like,
It's usually not about a lot of the people that have gotten shrapnel. I'll just say that because many have, and I admit that I do, but
and I did the exact same thing. It is part of the process of getting through PTSD, through any sort of like rebirth, trauma, what have you. Like, you're gonna be prickly for a minute because you're brand ass new. And it's like when my grandpa had dementia,
oh shit.
he would get fucking
Okay.
furious.
If I get dementia, put a bullet in my fucking head because I will be miserable. Like, I will be awful.
Yeah, and like that was my grandpa. Like my grandpa, and like my grandpa also had a short temper. And he had PTSD from the war. He was in the Navy. Got kamikaze and all kinds of wild shit. He hit my mom a few times for some shit she didn't have coming. Nothing too dramatic, but there's a couple stories where you're like, Jesus, grandpa. And he's like, I know, right? And like,
That's the things we have to live with, though. Like,
yeah,
we are not. I'm sorry, but like, anyone who calls me Paul these days feels foreign. It does feel.
yeah.
It feels like a foreign thing.
Yeah.
Like when I hear Paul, I'm like, who are you talking to?
Right. Or which one are you talking about? Almost sometimes too.
I don't even know that name. It feels gone.
Yeah.
I don't recognize that really anymore because that part is gone. You know, like, we are weapons, like real weapons, and most people think it's a fucking joke. Like the other day when Little Bird was sitting over here, and she was like, "I want to see what you're capable of." No, you do not.
I was like, ceasefire, ceasefire.
No, you do not. You
Holy
do not
fuck.
want to see that. We are not going to get into that fucking chapter or anything like that. No.
I was like, man, I don't know how to get blood out of these floors yet.
I am. Listen. Ender's like the name Ender matches me because what was his primary army in fucking battle school?
Dragon Army.
The Dragon Army.
Well, also just as like a verb. Is that a verb?
It is a verb.
Just to be an ender.
Yes.
Like, oh Christ.
Ender would be like.
Well, I'm a starter. I'm a beginner. And you're like, yeah, well, I'm an ender.
Yeah, it's a noun and a verb at the same time.
Yeah. Like, I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. An ender.
You know, but that was the burden that he had to carry too.
Yeah. Well, and with Shiva. Was it Shiva? Was it Krishna? Fuck, I'm a little stoned. It was one of them. But yeah, when they said, I am become death, the destroyer of worlds, they weren't like bragging. They were like, oh, you think your job's hard? I have to kill everybody, dude. This sucks. I'm the angel of death. You gotta shoot like 9 guys. Cool. When this is all over, I gotta go fucking get all of them. Suck my dick, do your job. Like,
Right. Stop complaining. And I think in my circumstance, I like the reference of Ender because his heart was. He had Valentine's heart, which I view as like even my own brother and sister could be matched into this a little bit, because Jessica definitely was the aggressor. So We know she was Peter. Uh, and Jeffrey has the biggest heart of all. I am literally right in the middle. I mean, the parallels to what Orson Scott Card was trying to say in Ender's Game, it matches with me. Because I understand it. I get like, I look around and I see things and I'm like, fuck, I know why he wrote this book now. It's not that I know it's fictional, right? But I see why.
Yeah. Well, that's because we were talking about that a little bit earlier, where typically philosophy is going to be written in like an essay or dialogue or a fiction and dialogue. And I don't think I mentioned the dialogue part when we were talking previously, but like it really tends to be another sort of just flavor on it. But it's either you're going to write kind of essay going, I think ghosts are real. Okay. Or you write a fictional story that is going to lay out a story that will then cause the reader to go, I wonder if ghosts are real. And then sort of you feed them breadcrumbs to bring them on the natural path to discovery and sort of discovering those same thoughts in the way you did. The way like however you learned to do a certain thing and you became really good at it learning that way, and now they're like, now teach me. Are you gonna just tell them, or are you gonna try to run them through the course you went through? Or like what's the...
Yeah, and that's a hard one. Because I can't replicate what we went through.
Right.
We've spoken about this.
Like not legally, not scientifically, not technically, not morally, not ethically, not
Correct.
realistically.
I cannot do that. We cannot do that.
No. You don't have enough friends for us to kill. Like, that's cruel and quick and to the point, but that's...
Or you don't love someone enough
that too
yet for us to take it away yet either.
Yeah.
Because, like, I'm not just talking about Chelsea. I'm talking about...
There's this moment I have, and it's not, it's a combination good flashback and bad flashback. And it turns itself into this longer sort of tragic, like Schrodinger thing. And I may have mentioned it a few times before, but there were these Spanish paratroopers who came in, and they were all so fun. And they kicked open the doors, and they're wearing their crazy outfits, and they're dancing, they all have wild facial hair. It was the coolest shit we ever saw. And they were fun. And most of them didn't speak a lick of English. Most of us didn't speak Spanish except for like the guys from the Arizona Guard and stuff, and Texas Guard. And this one kid kept going around trying to bug everybody for their coats and stuff. And like just trying to like swap things. And we're all like, nah, dude. Like they will fucking, nah. They will cut our fucking head off. This is what I kept saying. I'm like, I don't care if you have my jacket. I can't show up to work in yours.
Yes.
That's fine. I don't have another jacket besides this one. But, and this kid was also, and this is the sort of like pleasant flashback. I remembered that moment later. And I remember that this kid was the most beautiful boy I've ever seen. He had like bleach blonde hair almost, in like an Eminem crew cut, and it was
Jesus.
he had these blue, like wolf blue eyes, like a child would color these in on a poster where you're like, that's not real. How are you this pretty? What the fuck? And his smile was razors. They just cut into me, and I was like, you're the and I wanted to give him everything. And then within days, that unit got shredded to pieces, and some kids came back in boxes. And I don't know if he was in one of them boxes.
Oh, yeah, I don't like to.
And it's an option, and it's not like, and it was just this weird afterthought I had of like, oh Christ, I hope it wasn't him. It was his unit for sure.
You know, I had, you know, the more senior I got in the Marine Corps, the more access they gave me to information. So, I was able to like look up, like all the people, who, I basically served with, whether it was boot camp or whatever. And I remember looking up all the people I went to boot camp with, and it was retired Lance Corporal, retired Lance. You know what that means?
Does that mean killed Lance
Yep.
Corporal?
Retired Lance Corporal is not a fucking thing.
Oh.
That means killed in combat, killed in combat, killed in combat. And most of the people that I went to boot camp with were with 3-1. The ones who took Iraq the first time, I went before them, but whatever deployment they went on,
Yeah.
maybe to Afghanistan after that, they did not do well. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Because I think I went first out of like the people I went to boot camp with. I went in 06. So that was like right away.
Yeah.
It was like check in, go.
Yeah. Because the average person takes about a year to like 2 years sometimes. I took like 6. Christ, almost like 6 or 7 years. It was a wild run up.
It was 2 weeks. 2 weeks is what I got. I checked in April 1st. I got promoted to. Nope, I did not. April I graduated school. I checked into my unit, and 14 days later we were at Camp Pendleton working up for deployment. I mean, it was 2 weeks, like just like that.
That's fucking crazy.
I didn't even have time to fucking breathe.
It's because that run up pace too. It's definitely not something you expect going into. You're like, all right, so I'm in the Marine Reserves, huh? And they're like, yep, the reserves. You're like, all right, what's that mean? 1 week in a month, 2 weeks a year. Also, now. You're like, what?
Yeah, no, I came home and Gilly Bear was sitting across the desk, and he was like, man, I bet you're glad to be home. And I was like, you know, I was a locked on kid, so I'm like at parade rest, and I was like, yes, Lance Corporal. And
one of those kids who still sits at attention.
yeah, no, I was that, by the way. I was literally the picture of what you want. He's like, yeah. He's like, you looking to go to school or? You fuck your girlfriend?
You been to a Coney yet?
And I was like, yeah. He's like, well, don't get too comfortable because we're starting mobilization in 2 weeks. And I was like,
Who's what's in?
I was like, Roger. Now, I was already a dumb kid, so even when they said Fallujah, I was like, I don't even know what that is.
Did I go to school with her? They're like, no.
Was that like Fatima?
No. Fallujah went to Pontiac schools.
Dearborn.
Either way, it's racist. Oh, Jesus.
Or they went to school at any mobile gas station around here.
Jesus Christ. Dude, them fellas. They got the system.
No, actually, the ones who were right down the street from the Waterford house,
Hell yeah.
you know, the second, like, they knew that I knew how to speak a little bit of Arabic and I had been over there, they were like, did you? I was like, yeah. And they were like, where? And I was like, Fallujah. And they were like, oh, shit. Like, they knew, though. They were like, oh, fuck.
Didn't one of them have a guy, too? Where he's like, I gotta call my buddy Tony or something. He was there, like...
Oh. Yes. Yes.
Like, hey, do you know this guy? Like, please don't do that. Please don't.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that. And then I found out he was the interpreter. I'm just joking.
Oh, shit. High five, bro.
I'm like, I thought you died. Our interpreter did.
Aw.
Well, you know, that was the thing about, I forgot what his name was. I think it started with a P. But, yeah, he sold CDs and, like, DVDs.
Fuck yeah, he did.
On the base.
Hell yeah, dude.
Of course he did.
They fucking...
They fucking hustle.
Yeah.
They hustle hard.
I have all Bethmans. All the Bethmans.
They sold CDs and DVDs on the base, and
You like Outcast? I get you Outcast. All right,
yeah, he went. I mean, he was our main interpreter, so he went out, like, anytime we were going out on a convoy, he was our terp. And one day he just wasn't there. And we found out he was fucking selling secrets and just disappeared.
Well...
And that's the thing, like, that's the thing about Iraq. That's the thing about combat is you'll get close to somebody, because we were close as fuck to him.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's just
Yeah.
not there.
And it's a little bit of that thing, too, like he gets away with it once, for sure I'll get away with it twice. Get away with it twice, 3 times, clearly. 3rd time, and then before you know it, it's just a thing, and then before you know it, you get caught. Because, like, if you stick your hand in the cookie jar and someone's looking for cookies, you will get caught. That's just how it goes.
Well, over there, you don't want to be fucking around over there. Like,
No. Zero fuck around policy.
yeah, see, this is not garrison. This is a combat zone. Like, we are in Fallujah, Iraq. We are taking massive casualties.
Tell about the Death Blossom again. That thing's fucking insanity. Every time I hear it, has no strategic. Well, I won't say that. It has no tactical purpose.
So-
it's all strategic.
The Iraqi police and I think it was more the IAs, the Iraqi army. We were training them to handle the city after we left.
Yeah.
So we were trying to do a turnover with them, and they were fucking insane. Because they don't have a Geneva Convention,
Yeah.
which is different than us. We have to use M16s. We have to, hearts and minds
Yeah.
and,
They can get creative,
escalation of force.
and they can get not creative and just be like, hey, I found this old playbook from the 12th century. Let's do these again.
Yeah, so
Holy shit.
one day we're out there. This is not far from ECP 1 Alpha. It's where Kid got shot. We're down the street from that, and the IA's compound is like right behind us. So some shit was going down. One of their guys got shot,
Yeah.
right? And then they fucking pushed. They literally emptied the compound. Their compound. We're just out there like making sure shit doesn't get like too bad.
Yeah, yeah.
So we have our, we're QRF, so like we're posted on the side of the road.
But they're doing an all hands movement.
They're
Just
fucking
like-
pushing everyone from the ECP all the way to the hospital parking lot. Like, they're bunching all the cars into that parking lot to control them, right? And a shot comes out, and then they just get into a circle. It was the craziest shit I have ever seen. They get into a fucking circle, and then they shoot 100 rounds in every direction. As soon as you see it start to form, like when they get in a fucking circle, they're not going there to be like, 1, 2, 3, ready, break.
Right.
No, they're like, okay, so when we turn around, we're gonna shoot everything. Like, it was insanity to see it. It's 100 rounds and everything dies. Everything dies that is within range of that fucking circle. And you can't do a fucking thing to stop it because, just like they said, there was an IA that told, we were at 1 Alpha the one time, and they were questioning 2 people, and, well, we were questioning them, but obviously we have limitations, so you say like, hey, what's happening with, and they always play fucking stupid with you. They're like, oh, I don't know fucking English, and,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah. They play stupid all the way, like, as far as they can go. This IA came up and said, I got it. We don't have Geneva Convention. And just pulled out his pistol and blew his fucking brains out right there. And the other guy sang like a fucking canary. That motherfucker was like, what would you like to know?
He's like, on Thursdays they also have these breadsticks that are really lovely. You're like,
I mean, but you're like sitting back and watching this and you're like, oh shit!
yeah.
Like, this guy got fucking for real
Yeah.
in a heartbeat.
And there's all like, it is infuriating to hear. There's, I was getting a lot of flack, not me personally, but veterans and in the sort of like whatever fucking pick an alphabet community. There is and isn't a lot of flack towards veterans. It depends on really just what corner you're peeking in at that time. And so one of the corners I was peeking in at that time was really sort of like, to use their terms, I guess we could say, they were veteran exclusionary. They were
Veteran exclusion. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they were like,
I like it.
TERBs or whatever. Like they were or no, Verts. I don't know. It was something, but they were like, oh, you know, trans people are great, and non-binary people are great, and gay people are great, and asexual people are great, unless of course they're veterans. Then of course they are non-redeemable creatures.
Wow.
And it's like, well, I don't know if that's the case.
That's fucking bold. To say that the people that went forward for you, the people that went forward for you.
Well, the whole thing is like, well, you're war criminals. It's like, so are you. Like, the America fights wars as a team. Because you didn't participate, we failed and lost these wars. But we torture as a team, fuckwit.
Well,
we vote as a team.
I
Our
love
orders come
how
as a team. Like,
these people act like. Okay, so here's the thing. People are like, well, I have this going on and it's fucking awful. And I'm like, yeah, have you been to any other fucking country?
mm-hmm.
Do you see what these people have to fucking do to survive?
Right.
Like, there's people who work their fucking ass to the bone just to survive every fucking day, and they go home to a fucking hut.
Mm-hmm.
Not a house or like an apartment in this plush ass fucking
Yeah.
like place.
And there are people who are in positions where they are sell your children poor, where they are sell your organs poor. There's
Yes, or I need to sell drugs in order to survive, or I need to kill people
Yeah.
to survive.
Yeah. Or I need to steal to get my drugs because I
Or I
can't get
need
a
to
goddamn
steal to get
prescription.
food.
Yeah. Fucking any of this horseshit. It's all basic level horse. And you know what it all is? Failures of leadership. Anyone who thinks they're in power clearly is not. No one is in power if anyone is hungry. The Lord's Prayer is called the Lord's Prayer because that's the loaf warden. We talked about that. Because the Lord is the person who feeds people, who ensures everyone is fed. Everyone gets their loaf of bread. What is it?
Daily bread?
Yeah, give us this day our daily bread.
Yeah.
Ba-da-ba. It's literally talking, dear bread guy, give us our bread. Also, coincidentally, this is fun when we talk about God. That's how that ended up that way, people. Like, the truth of the matter is, if you're in charge, you're supposed to be feeding people. If you're not, you're fucking failing. That's
Yes.
the end of that.
If anyone thinks that, like, this illusion, and we've been talking about this a lot lately. I've been talking about this with some of the folks we've met recently. And Willis today, when he came over, if you think there is someone who is going to come down and give you a fucking answer or take care of you, you are looking in the wrong spot.
Yes. Because that person is going to have sex with you when you're not looking.
Also correct.
Like
but
that.
no,
Person does not have good. Like, if you are out of no. I'm sorry to say this, but like, where there are sheep, there are wolves. Where there are those who suffer, there are those who eat the suffering.
Yeah, but I was gonna say,
Oh yeah. I was getting all fucking churchy.
sometimes people are looking for like that thing to come to them, but you had it the whole time.
Yes.
You had it the whole time because the people around you, the people who are like the people that you call and they show up, that love is in fact what you were looking for the whole time. And that kind of love, like of being there for each other, fighting for each other, that is God. Right there.
Yup. And these charlatans that will flock to you and tell you that they have the, like, because that's the other thing too, is they'll tell you, no, it's not in you. You got to do the thing I got. You got to use my thing. You got to use my system. You got to use my patented program. It's only 9 easy steps, and there's a cosmic cube involved. And every Thursday you got to show up at 9 p.m. And we're like, it's a whole, yeah, no, because they don't want.
It's a money grab.
Well, it's a money grab, and it's also the ego
A power
pad
thing.
of like, well, yeah, because if you recognize your true power, then they're fucked.
Correct.
Joel Osteen would be fucked the minute anybody in his congregation would go, hang on a sec, I just turned to the page and, what?
Ask me if I give a shit about the Pope. I would blow in, like, he would probably fall over. Not, the Pope is actually pretty cool.
Yeah,
But-
Kurt was doing alright. He's back and forth on some shit, but he's trying. He's new.
I get it, but I'm not gonna like invest in that. Like, I don't need to go to church to be like, oh, did you do your thing today? No, I don't need a fucking checklist, because if you're doing your fucking thing, you don't need a fucking checklist.
That is a weird thing about growing up around the military and then getting into the service, is I don't get starstruck. I get chatty. I always get chatty, but it's because I'm like, oh, I want to talk to you about this.
I didn't get
But I don't
impressed by
get, like-
Robert Kraft when I met him.
Yeah. You're like, what up, dude?
No, I said thank you for mac and cheese. I was having a great time. It was a Patriots fucking like, we're having a tailgate party the day prior,
Yeah.
and Drew Bledsoe was there and signed a football for me, and I was like, yeah, put it on the fucking stack,
Yeah.
because it was a Toys for Tots event.
Right.
So I'm in my uniform.
Right.
Bitch, I fucking mean more than you. Like, who gives a fuck that you're a fucking football player?
Yeah.
And when Robert Kraft came up, I'm having a great time because this was where I did my pool league. So, like, these are all my people.
Yeah.
Like, I had spent a lot of time with them, and of course, like, he comes out, the whole fucking entourage bullshit, and he comes by to shake my hand, and I was like, thank you for mac and cheese, sir. And my buddy looked at me and was like, that's what you fucking said?
Yeah.
I
What
mean,
else did he do? Who's this guy?
who gives a shit who he is? Who fucking cares?
If they're not signing my checks or sucking my dick, I really don't necessarily.
I don't.
know.
Like, what is your significance? Like, you're a fucking rich guy. Who fucking cares? He actually appreciated it. He was like, we're getting you on stage. I got to stand on stages. He gave his fucking speech, and he thanked the fucking Marines and, like, did the thing, and I was like, Roger, thank you. And, like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
But no. Like, is he a hero? Fuck no.
No, he's got so much goddamn fucking money. And then they're like, well, you know, he gets this and that. Like, yeah. I would, dude. So my favorite story about St. Francis is he didn't want to start a monastery. He didn't want to start a movement. He was just like, fuck this. This isn't like, he's flipping through, he's going Beatitudes, he's going through, he's like, listen, I don't think you get, anyway. So he starts his own thing, and he's going to be a hermit, and he's by himself,
Yep.
and he's like, I'm just going to fucking do this by myself, okay? And then people just keep bugging the shit out of him, and they're like, Frank, we love your thing, teach us. And he's like, fuck off. And they're like, okay. And they keep coming back for ages and ages, and after a while, he's like, fine, okay, fine. Here's the fucking rules. And so Franciscan monks are known for being, like, pretty goddamn strict, and half of that, some of that is St. Francis laying down his law so thoroughly in the beginning, almost a little bit of that thing of like, oh, you think you love me? Well, here's me, love it all.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh man. But the ones who stayed did, and that's the Franciscan order. But like, he was a Cincinnatus type where he was reluctant. He was thrust into that role, and he wasn't looking to change minds. He was just done letting other people's minds sit inside of his skull.
Yeah, I mean, that's the. I think that's one of the hardest things I've had to endure through this is letting other people, getting over. Not giving a shit takes practice.
Yes, intense. Holy shit.
It's not an easy thing to do.
And especially too, if you have like early sort of compound trauma where it's been beaten into your fucking head that it's your responsibility to fix things. Therefore, that means if things don't go well, that's your fault for them not going well because you have the power to fix things.
And
like,
you know,
there's
I
these
still
weird
struggle.
imbalances.
You know, I still struggle with that.
Same. You know, you get blamed for the Vietnam War, and all of a sudden you hate yourself for everything else, and like,
Yeah.
or whatever. But
I promise you, like, a lot of people hate me, but the one who hates me the most is definitely me.
oh yeah,
You know, I beat myself up every day that I can't do more for other people. I can't fix every fucking problem. I can't make right the things that I've done. It is tough sometimes to know that, you know, things are just how they are sometimes, but I don't give myself grace enough to say, like, it's okay that you can't solve everything
it's
overnight.
almost too, like if you think about like the paintings, in a sense, where like you can't go back and change the thing because it's done, and not it even goes like it defeats the need for a time travel metaphor because the moment is done.
Yeah.
And you were whittling it and you were gonna make a butterfly or you were gonna make a bird, but it's kind of lumpy and you're like, well, that's just a shitty thing. But if you do another one the next day and the next day, like that's a lot with my art too, where you see the progress and you see, and like that's a whole new thing.
You can see the progress just in the way I do business now. It's so much different than I've ever done in my life. The way I interact with people,
Same.
the guidance I give, even my actions when I'm around people, it's very fine-tuned now. And
Yeah.
this is the first time, and I told Willis this earlier, this is the first time where I've been content with my spirit.
Yeah.
Like-
Yeah. Similarly.
Just to say, like, I'm okay with the direction that you're going.
Yeah.
Because regardless of everything that's happened, I know I'm fucking trying my ass off.
Right. Right. And okay. The naysayers are few and far between in sort of reality, because you know the people who have access to say a thing or whatever, but I think that goes to like that statement of frustration I had yesterday about people sort of talking through me to a different version of me. Like, where they're pointing at me and they're saying shit, and I'm like, oh, they're not talking to me. They're trying to summon. Like, sometimes people want a version of me they created,
Oh yeah,
or
we
a
were
version they remember.
speaking about that earlier. Yeah.
And then I did, and I may and likely still do have the habit of going, oh, and then sort of clicking in and like,
Yeah, I can be that person again.
yeah,
But that's the thing, like, it's not like that went away. They're just not seeing that they could have way better,
Yes.
right? If they would just let it go.
Yeah.
No, am I always going to be combative? Of course. I'm a fucking Marine. I
Yeah.
was a Marine for 15 fucking years.
Yeah.
You fight with me, I'm going to win.
Yes.
Like, that is going to fucking happen. You are not going to beat me. I promise. If you beat me, you are going to get an entire fucking force right behind me.
I was in the Air Force, so the nuclear option's not too foreign to me. Metaphorically speaking, of course. I was a cook, amongst other things.
I mean, even you, like, it's a hard one to beat. It doesn't matter. Cook in the fucking Air Force is, you know, just like with one of my exes who was in the Air Force, she's a fucking monster.
Yeah.
She's medical, but she's a fucking monster.
Yeah.
Like, it takes a certain person to actually go through with joining. It's less than 1% of our population who actually go through with it. And think of the constitution you have to have in order to throw yourself into that situation and
Yeah.
say, like, I'm ready.
With whatever your sort of, like, naive assumptions are at the time, like good, bad, or otherwise. Like, I had the sort of naive Boy Scout things of, like, this is what you do and this is good. But then I also had sort of a weird literalist interpretation of religion pushed on me as a kid. And I was kind of to me, I thought part of the sacrifice of military service was committing your soul to hell. Like, that was part of it.
I do still think it is.
And then I was so confused when I joined, and they were like, nah, man, this is what God wants. There's the armor of God, and I'm a Christian soldier, and boo. And I'm like, flipping through the book, and I'm like, that's not talking about that. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Well, no,
And
they're
then,
trying to
like-
make you feel better about it, but war wasn't necessary in the beginning. I still harp on that. Like, anyone who wants war has not seen war. Anyone who wants war has not seen. You're not gonna go. You will see us saying that we're gonna beat the fucking shit out of somebody,
Yeah.
and like we may say some more threatening shit if.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna blow up your fucking town again.
Correct.
That
I'm not
shit
gonna
was
say
insanity.
like. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna
Don't make people do that again.
burn all your fucking houses down in your
Right.
fucking, you know, in your neighborhood.
Though these fuckers are the fireworks, they might get close. Fucking, they gotta be careful with that shit. Though the fire department in Detroit is pretty bang on. There's been this arsonist, or there was for a period. Fucking just be by
I
on the west
did
side
not
and
want
set
to
shit
be
on
here in Detroit for this shit.
I know.
I really did not.
It does beat the shit out of Waterford, luckily.
It
It
does.
is a hint quieter.
It does. I wanted to be in Arkansas.
Me too, even. I was looking forward to it. I had my sports bra on. I had my fucking boys tucked back. I was like, let's do this shit. It looked like I had rockin' pecs. I looked hella strong all day.
No, I was in straight up gunny mode. I don't even know if you guys could have handled like me for the rest of the trip because I was gonna push you guys to your max. I have to pee. All right, we'll get there in 20 miles. Yeah, those mortars, I swear. People don't realize like what that brings back.
Oh yeah.
Like they think it's a fucking like it's a.
Fifth call. Or at a minimum, like, why don't they play music over fireworks anymore? Like, if you're gonna be okay, do people a favor. If you're gonna be lighting off fireworks in your street, you're already gonna be loud, asshole. So bust out some speakers and get a killer fucking soundtrack going. Some like,
You know
whatever
why?
you want to hear.
Because they don't have AC.
Word. True. No, I don't know.
It must suck. I mean, honestly, like, Like, the more you torture somebody, think of the animal that you're. And a lot of people, you know, even with me, if you push me into a corner, you are getting yourself in a very dangerous position.
Same. I'm super fun 99% of the time. And then 1% of the time, I suck.
Right, and that's what I think about with this town is you guys push people against the wall all the time and tell them they can't have shit and make it to where they can't get what they need.
Basic bullshit. Car insurance over here, 400 times the rate. If you just so happen to have one of these sort of skin conditions, you know? Like, well, and then we just live next to those folks. They're like, well, same thing. Like, they still do redlining. It's just called different shit. They're like, well, we're allowed to, though. You're like, well, no, but also no. And what the fuck did you just say to me? Like, well, we passed a law that says car insurance can be subjectively priced based on some features that we invent, and then also...
Right.
And then,
you live by a bunch of uninsured drivers. Let's just say that.
Right. And they're like, oh, why are they uninsured? I'm like, because it's 400 times the price.
Correct.
Know? Why is that? Oh, because their neighbors are uninsured. Why is that? Because it's 400 times. And you're like, oh, I see. It's catch-22.
Yep.
And
It's
like,
catch-22 all day.
Yeah.
And they are getting away with it. That's the crazy fucking thing is...
Shinola just got busted, the Shinola Hotel. Because Shinola kind of pisses me off. Like, they're known for being this, like, Detroit brand or whatever, but it's a bit of an import, and it's not for Detroiters. It's too fucking expensive. We can't afford that shit.
Gus and Justin both got...
Of course those cunts do.
Yeah. Shinola?
Yeah.
Okay. That was their wedding gift to each other.
Yeah, adorable. But, like, so there's, I think, now I could be a complete asshole, but I think the hotel is part of that same sort of, like, brand assortment or whatever. But anyway, this fellow applied to the hotel there, and they're like, nah, sorry about it, don't have any openings. And then he switches his name to, Pasty McWhite guy name, and they're like, hey, how about you come on in for an interview? And he's like, gotcha, bitch. And they're like, uh-oh. Do that. Do it. I'm sorry you have to. I'll let you use my old boy name. You guys can all come over and use my old driver's license and just tell them you're me.
We'll find you a fucking lawyer.
It's a photo
to
negative.
use. By the way,
That too.
You know,
that's probably more effective than my old driver's license.
We're getting into that. We're not just saying things anymore.
Or if they have a lobby, I'll just sit in it.
Jenny can tell you, I'm not fucking around anymore. If I say something, I fucking mean it. I am not fucking asking. I am telling.
And we're kind of like, it really is dangerous for other people that we have come up with some pretty interesting fixes and bandages for our own mental health solutions. Like, the risk of us killing ourselves is so small. Like, I'd have to be caught in a bear trap surrounded by zombies before I'd be like, oh fuck, it's time. Like, so that means you're fucking stuck with us for like 40 some odd years, maybe more if like Cyberpunk and shit, and they upload me to a Tamagotchi.
Yeah, I hope not.
You fuckers are stuck with us.
I hope not for me. I really don't. I enjoy being here, but I still do bleed out every fucking day.
Yeah.
That's just the honest truth.
And I have moments of that too, still, where I'm like, fucking what? Are we still doing this? Like, I'm not, I don't want it to end, but I'm not in that moment of like, I don't know, I'm just, if it were over, it were over. Like, I'm
okay with it. If I wake up, I wake up. I wake up, I go to work.
I don't need much more, and I didn't need much more a long time ago. Everything's been so bonus points. Or, Jesus, put some better syntax.
We have made something out of essentially nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I showed up after my fucking wife died, and you know, we just started making shit happen.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. Like, if I'm gonna be here, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna go to work. Like, and no, I may not work your traditional fucking job. No, I don't require a lot of money. I can live off of
Yeah.
motherfucking nothing.
We do the monk thing. We live off of what do they call it in that word? It's a fun word for shit. I'm forgetting. Alms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we get our VA checks. Mine's bigger. Not bragging, just is. And then I also have a Social Security check on top of that. And that is our corporate funding. That is what we do all of our shit with. And we do more in a day than a lot of motherfuckers do. And that
Yeah, that's the thing
baffles
we
us,
don't
too.
get. We don't get the credit for is people don't see the hours that I spend on the phone with other people.
Yeah.
And the time that we invest in like what we do, and like the time you put into like the league and getting everything going, and the connections that we've made and the network, and a lot of people don't know what goes on behind the scenes,
Yeah.
which they didn't ask, and we're not telling because
Right.
why do I need to go fucking advertise?
Right. I mean, the guy.
I'm already doing the fucking work, bitch. If you wanted to see it, fucking look.
Yeah. Well, and we already told a bunch of folks ahead of time. We're like, all right, gang, we're assembling a team. Here's what we'd like to do. And then we got the yays, we got the nays, we got the maybes. And that's been, you know, the starting crew, really. But, you know, if anyone's surprised, that's their own damn fault. If anyone is left behind, that's their own fault, or that's their own decision, or whatever the appropriate word is for that. But, like, we've told enough people. And, like, that thing I kind of say a lot where, you know, if you just start marching to the fights you want to fight, you will end up shoulder to shoulder with the other people who want to fight them. That's true. And we're just marching, and we just end up like, oh, hey, what's up, kid? And, like, we just find the other people marching that way. And that seems to be the path forward. It's just forward.
Forward is where we're going. I do have an insane reflex to headbutt these days, because that's, you know, that's the energy I have, is to headbutt forward.
Yeah, me too. And I'm still fighting. I still get like fucking, and I need to not, because I don't even enjoy it. But like it's an aspect. It's not my primary response, but it's in there, and it is one of my responses.
Yeah, I would probably, you know, shoulder check you out of the way if something was gonna go. Like, if you got in the way of something that was gonna happen, I'd probably break your ribs just to get you out of the fight.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you in it.
Oh, it's like a lifeguard. An interesting lesson when you're a lifeguard is sometimes they'll tell you, like, if the person you're rescuing is being like just too crazy, either give them a sec and let them drown, or knock them the fuck out. But either way, let them go unconscious or get them unconscious, and then they're just way fucking easier to deal with.
Right.
And then you're like, come on.
You know, I see you get worked up sometimes, and I don't know. You know, I don't like seeing you being like that. Like, I don't like seeing you getting worked up, and I don't like seeing you fight because how about this reference?
Fucking crazy.
Where you would have to hack at someone for 10 minutes, I could just pull out my sword, cut them in fucking half in a second.
Right.
I mean, that's the difference is like, let me handle it because it's much easier for me to handle it.
Yeah.
And you know when I'm going into a fight, like, I know I'm going to win. I know I'm at least gonna give them like a run for their money.
Yeah.
But you know, that's what I've been trained for my entire life. You know,
Yeah.
since 3.
Or at least making them fucking lose.
Right.
Like, if I ain't gonna win, you're at least losing something, dude.
You're gonna lose something. An ear, an eye. I will bite your fucking nose off. I don't
Yeah.
give a fuck. Like,
I like souvenirs.
yes, bitch, I'm getting something. I'll grab your fucking nuts. Like, I'll pull that shit off.
I did that to Gus one time when we were kids. We were in a wrestling move, and he was like, I'm a wrestler. And I'm like, all right, what's that mean? And then he starts getting like real on it. And I was like, all right, fucking relax. And then he just kept going harder, and I was like, fucking stop. But then he didn't. Like, I didn't even think about that. I was yanking pretty good. He might have dug that.
I'm just gonna no comment this one.
I wasn't there long, but maybe it didn't need to be long.
Oh, that one kid the other day when he did the fucking the thing.
Got the gender reassignment.
It
kick?
was instant like reaction. Just smack his hand out of the fucking way and just Janikowski kick right to his fucking dick. I mean, I punted that bitch. Not
Dick folded up like a black hole.
this kid went down immediately. Everyone in the room was like, whoa,
Dude.
whoa.
Who did I kick in the... I fucking railed somebody in the nuts once a while ago. But it was also sort of like a surprise.
I went to that.
I did it with my knee, though.
I don't know why I went to it. Like, why?
Kicking is so wild.
Well, kicking to the dick,
Yeah.
it is a weak point.
Yeah, like I did a knee, but like I almost don't feel as bad because it's just sort of an absence of velocity there. It's still gonna hurt.
Yeah,
you're still brute forcing it against something.
The toe kick,
If it ever like wraps around the back of the balls, woo, boys. Good lord, ladies.
and I did Muay Thai for a long
Point your
time.
toe towards the taint, and just hope you get the whole of the genitals on like the upper arch of that foot. Just anywhere your laces would be, you want genitals there. And just fucking, that's your kicking. And just fucking, you're turning your boot into a bike seat, and you're gonna break their tailbone with your toe.
I don't know why I do certain things in like certain situations. It's just reflex. Like if you come up behind me, do it at your own fucking risk. I mean, honestly, if you touch my fucking shoulder and I'm not expecting it,
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm gonna do in that moment.
And
Like,
it's not a brag or nothing. Even I have hits of it. Like I was, before all my like, oh, I'm a girl. I had Gabby come by one time again, and we were trying to give it a shot. I was still super fucked up, so it was not gonna work. But I was super duper flinchy, and she thought I was kind of like being like, "Ooh, don't touch me," and I had to be like, "Oh no, get over here!" Like, no. I had to like, I literally said that. I was like, no, and I grabbed her. I was like, "No, for sure."
Well, I get
But,
skittish.
like-
You know I get skittish now?
Yeah.
And look, I'm very fortunate that like I've met people recently where I don't have to be like that. But even still, like some of the people that have come over here,
Yeah.
I get skittish around.
Mm-hmm.
Like, some people bring out a side of me that I don't fucking like.
Yeah. It's like I don't disparage anyone who does drugs because clearly I've been there and I'm on them. But like, I, as like whatever kind of version of an empath I am, when someone's on amphetamines around me, I wig out. And like, I don't know what that's about, but it's a thing.
Someone
and like,
does
I won't
too
even
much alcohol around me, I get offended. I don't know why, but I'm like, can you stop?
Like, grow up.
And
Act
they're
like you've
like,
been here.
they're like, you drink? And I'm like, yeah, I drink professionally, bitch. Like, you know I've mastered this fucking craft? Like, I can stop drinking. I can stop drinking now.
It's crazy.
Like, that's the crazy thing is, like, sometimes these folks use us as like a springboard to be like, oh, I can have bad behavior, and I'm like, nah, I don't think you're using it for the right purpose,
Yeah.
right? Because
And it's also like, this is my X-Men power, kid. It's like, you can't just walk up to Nightcrawler like, oh, fuck, I can teleport. Like, nah, let's figure out if teleporting's your power, then maybe you could teleport.
right, well, teleport then,
Right.
motherfucker. Let me see it. Don't
Go
worry,
for
I'll
it.
wait. Like,
And they're like, ah, shit. You're like, yeah, you did.
yeah.
You shit
See,
your
oh
pants.
wow, oh,
Hmm.
oh.
Weird.
All right, so let's be quiet and like let the people who have earned their abilities use their abilities to help you navigate. Don't bring your shit around me and fucking act like I'm gonna fucking validate that shit.
Right. And then also, like, the new thing, too, the, like, oh, you never seen this power. Like, yeah. Oh, because yours is purple? Shut the fuck up. Lasers is lasers, kid. Like,
People telling me that I haven't fucking seen it yet.
sure.
You haven't seen this yet. Oh yeah? I'd be fucking highly impressed.
Dude, it's been almost disappointing the shit we're guessing right on. Where we're like, oh, you know what? That's burp sad. Fuck. Well, because some of it has been like sad Sherlock Holmes recently. But it is like, there's a lot of stuff where, and it's not, it has nothing to do with intelligence. It just has everything to do with having not died and then sort of cataloging things to be like, what was that thing? Oh, yeah. Like, it's basically just, like, it's, I guess, what wisdom. Yeah. That's not.
Yeah, no, we're
I feel
getting there.
shitty using the word wisdom.
Yeah, it is a shitty thing to fucking.
She was like, I'm wise. Alright, cool.
Yeah, I get it, but wisdom is something that you gain over time. And I think both of us can agree that we have both gained a large amount of wisdom through this.
Yeah. I'm gonna go
We
turn
are
this
so
music
sweet to
off.
people.
Yes. Especially, I started off sweet and then I became a fucking monster. And I was really at risk of never being sweet again. And then, alright, that music was getting bananas for a second. I have no idea what our show is going to sound like. I know it's crazy on this end though.
I didn't hear any of it.
Yeah. Well, and the little sound feller was keeping kind of nice and low, so hopefully it was just But I was so young. But I was a choir person. What was I saying? What were you saying? Who was saying what?
We were talking about
Miami Sound Machine and the Top Gun soundtrack.
I mean, out of all the things, no, I was actually doing the Zelda. I was doing the Zelda.
That was pretty close. I remember, did you have the improperly labeled song? It was improperly labeled as System of a Down Zelda theme.
No.
And it was, I can't remember who
Nope.
it actually
I
was.
have never seen that. System of a Down, by the way, is one of the craziest concerts
Oh, I bet.
you would ever go to.
It's gotta be.
It is fucking.
Because it's like math rock. I don't know if math rock's the way.
It's like right in the middle where it's like dangerous.
Because it is like nerd rock or like whatever. It appealed to contemplative types and it appealed to just like traditional punk of like the.
You turn on aerials,
Yeah,
I will headbutt someone.
dude. Yeah, and like those beautiful twists, I think get the nerds, and then the rest of it just fucking. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. I know. You can do some work on System of a Down, but their mosh pit is one of the most ferocious. Coheed and Cambria was actually.
Yeah, dude, prog rock. Nerds gotta get it out, yo. Anybody who doesn't get it out regularly,
Coheed and Cambria was fucking
that pit's
vicious.
crazy. The Flogging Molly pit, crazy. Like any fan base that doesn't get to punch people regularly, their pits can be fucking wild.
You ever
'Cause
heard
they're
of
like-
Pennywise?
Yeah, they did. Was it ska or just like punk? Or like, did they have horns?
No.
Okay. So I know that. Yeah.
It was more like the guy looked like he was from Disturbed. The one who sang the main singer.
I don't remember them. I'm thinking of somebody. For some reason a ska band came to mind.
Well, Pennywise was one that I went and saw in San Diego, and I had I always wear an undershirt, so I had one of my like long john shirts on.
Yeah.
And I took that off, and I just had my white t-shirt on. And I went down there, and I came back, and that shit was like ripped back, and like I had blood on my shirt. And they were like, "What happened?" And I was like, "I mean, we were just having a good time out there."
Just hanging out. Moshing some pits.
This poor lady, I remember, this poor girl. She's on the edge of the mosh pit. We're all going around. She's on the circle around it. This dude hits me so fucking hard. Forward momentum. She's just fucking standing there. And I laid her the fuck out. I did not mean to do it. This dude just fucking throws me. And like the mosh pit was going like we were bouncing. Like they were just bouncing.
Yeah.
Right? And this poor lady, they hit me, and she just doesn't do anything. Like everyone else is like shoving me back into the thing.
Yeah.
She just fucking takes it full on.
Poor thing. Oh, well, it's the show.
And really, all that means is like both my, because I use my elbows a lot when like I'm in a mosh pit. So like when I went into her, it was just like that,
Yeah.
and she fucking leveled her, and I picked her up, right, and then I had to go like, people were already pushing me back into the fucking mosh pit, so. Like you don't want someone to go down. That is the most dangerous thing in a mosh pit is don't go down.
Yeah.
Because then you might get stepped on. You might get fucking trampled.
And you always have. I've had a lot of friends who've made this point. Few people ruin a party like a skinhead, and like, especially I don't know, but there have been a lot of incidences where when somebody does fall, it's gonna be some dickhead in their fucking shit stompers, and they're like, meh, 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 meh. And I don't know, they don't necessarily have to be a skinhead, but it was in that fashion line for a while.
As soon as I saw her go down, my immediate response was to get her back up.
Yeah.
Like, get up and get the fuck out of this crowd. Like, why are you here in the first place?
Yeah.
This woman was so fucking small. Why are you here? You're gonna die. Like, these kids were fucking monsters.
Yeah.
I had a dude pick me up that night by my neck. Like, I ran into him, like, backwards, and he just fucking grabbed me by my neck and picked me up. And I was like, oh, fuck, we are not fucking around tonight.
Dude, I am so...
You know what I did? Boom, boom. Right to his ribs.
I'm so uncoordinated because, like, I've observed, I've enjoyed, it's a delight. But, like, no, I know better. Because I'm so uncoordinated, I'm going to fall, it's going to be a thing, the people I'm with are going to have to pick me up, blah, blah, blah.
That's why I worry about you with, like, some of the stuff, the ambition
I know.
that you have sometimes. I'm like, Jen,
I forget I have the vertigo. And then, because I used to be...
if someone hits you in the head, what's going to happen?
All kinds of shit. I don't know. My vision will probably get fucked forever.
Correct. Same thing with him. Like, I can't let you guys get hit in the head. I get hit in the head. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm fine, but I'm meant to take blows.
Yeah. I've had a bunch of concussions. Like a fuck.
And so was he. Too many. Like, that's why when they were asking if he was still fighting, no, he's not fighting. I didn't know he had 7 concussions. Are you
Quite a
fucking
few.
kidding me?
I don't even know how many I've had, but I think I've had that many. I think I had, like, before 6th grade, I had at least 3 or 4. And then probably another 3 or 4 after that. And then before the military. And then another 3 more after. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're done too.
I am. Oh, maybe that's why I lose place when I'm talking. CTE.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have a TBI in there somewhere, but
Yeah.
I do know I can still take blows.
Yeah.
My body is meant to be a tank. It's meant to be like I was meant for combat.
I used to be so much bigger too. I've never been this small. I used to be able to take hits, and I've never I mean.
Think about taking a rib shot now.
I need to get meat.
How would that feel?
Even my kidneys, my love handles are gone now.
Yeah.
Fuck. I gotta get fat. I'll be right back.
682 times. That fucking skit by Daniel Tosh earlier. He's like, thank you, obesity, for saving me. 2 times every second for 5 minutes straight.
That's so much getting stabbed. Just like, do you guys have a smoke? That's fucking crazy.
And to think, I've already been to prison.
Yeah. Yeah. Now what?
Now what? That's exactly what I say. I'm like, what are you gonna do? Send me to fucking jail? I've already been there.
It was fun.
I'm like, they're not.
Yeah, I made friends.
When I go to jail,
It was awesome.
they're going to follow me.
Yeah.
Immediately. Ain't no fucking skinheads or fucking like that. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, they'd have
You
to
guys
work
can
quick.
fucking kill me or get out of my fucking way. I'm not gonna do one or the other. I'm not gonna be like, if they ever send me to fucking jail, I'm not gonna be a color. I will not do that. I will not.
I don't have time for it. It's fucking ridiculous.
If you think you're gonna fucking touch my booty hole,
You're gonna at least buy me dinner.
fuck no you ain't, bitch. You're gonna get a fuck. I will bite your cock off. Ain't nobody fucking taking advantage of me. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but
Why isn't that happening more? I'm sure there's reasons, and I'm sure somebody's thought about it. There's like
they did.
anti-dick biting
Da-
ORM. But
Dave
like,
had that on his show.
Did he?
You've seen Dave, right? On Hulu?
Yeah.
Yeah, he in one of the is that the first season? He made
Oh
a-
yeah, you break their jaw.
No.
Oh.
He bit the tip of his cock off.
Oh, but I thought that's why you break their jaw so that they can't bite it.
I
Also, don't do this.
didn't know that one. And,
Yeah, dude, skinhead education is fucked. That's shit I learned when I was like 11. Like,
good God. They would cause the entire devil of me to come out if I ever went to jail. You broke my jaw and I couldn't defend myself. Just wait until I get better. I'm coming. I don't give a fuck. That's what people know about me is like, you may get one on me now, but I do not forget.
no.
Ever.
It's kind of needless to. Because the other thing, too, is like, it is pointless. I guess to go against us, but because mostly there's nothing. It's not the us to go against. We're not. This isn't our idea. We're not. We're just telling. Like this has nothing to do with us. This is true regardless of us. It's already too late. We've already told people. We've already told people younger than us. We've already told people older than us. We've already told all kinds of people, and we've shown people, and those people have seen it, and those people understand it, and those people will spread it. And it doesn't matter if they fucking IRA style, like, grease the side of the house, like, unkillable, bitch, in the true way. Like, in the way that, like, I can't seem to kill these motherfuckers. I buried him 8 years ago, and I still fucking am dealing with their shit.
Yeah, if you thought, you thought you buried us all those years ago, we were always still here. And the problem is, if you wanted to kill us, you should have just put a bullet in our fucking head when you had the chance.
Yeah. Instead of just sedating and torturing me for 10 years, motherfucker, I took notes. Like,
Yeah,
I was
you don't.
drugged out of my mind and just sequestered.
You put a war animal in a cage for 6 years of my life.
Yeah. And then we're just like, oh yeah, you're busted. Like, no, what?
Oh yeah, he'll be fine when he gets out of the cage. When has that ever fucking worked, by the way?
Yeah. Have you ever owned cats, motherfuckers?
Or dogs? Like, dogs will, just like Maggie.
Yeah.
You keep a dog in a cage for too long, that motherfucker will get the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to be caged up. That's not a good thing for us.
No.
We need to be out there. We need to be fucking going.
More and more difficult to cage them up each time after. You like every time you do it against their will, you have to open the door and let them know you would like them in there, and they go okay, and they go in. They're like, that's how you train dogs, and that's how you train all living beings. There's this weird assumption people have, like, well, I told them, okay. Then what? I told them, so then I don't see how I should have to do more. Like, well, you'd like them to do it though, right? Uh-huh. And they're not? Uh-huh. So you should have to do more, right? What? No, I already told them. I'm like, okay, you keep repeating that you did this inept fucking half-ass skill approach or whatever that you told them, and then clearly that wasn't sufficient to get them educated, trained, and prepared to fucking execute the thing. So now what else are you going to do? Because telling them didn't fucking work. And then they're like, I'm going to tell them again. Like, those are the bosses I fire. Anytime I have people under me who are like, well, they should know better. Like, okay, well, you're fired for assuming people have psychic powers.
Right.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, It is truly impressive what things we have seen.
It would be interesting to be surprised. I would love to be surprised by the end of this year. I would love to sit there in January and be like, did not see that coming. Cool. Instead of like going, well, at least we planned. Like, I mean, you guys can fuck all my plans. It'd be excellent if none of my plans were necessary. None of his plans were necessary, none of Matt's plans were necessary. But they are. Such a weird pain in my stomach. I don't know if it's not in the stomach. It's just in the front of my gut.
Alright,
Hmm.
let's wrap it up.
Roger. Well, wrapping it up. Holy Christ, we've been at it for
4.5 hours.
yeah, dude, 4:20. Whoop whoop. So watch this at midnight and then smoke down at the end, and then you'll go to sleep. Maybe, or you'll have wasted an evening. But thanks for hanging out.
If people can fucking make it through that, I'd be impressed.
Dude, that's what the internet's for.
I know, they'll sit through it.
We did.
I'm just gonna eat all these Cheerios tonight. Damn.
So good.
Well, when I watched The Bear the other night, they were fucking hour long.
Yeah.
I sat through fucking 10.
I've done that with a few shows. I'm like, well, no sense not finishing the whole goddamn series.
Oh, no, I went for it. I went for the gold. I was like, bitch, no, we ain't stopping now. I don't stop until we get the fucking, and then I get to the end and I was like, fuck you guys. Fuck you. To be continued. You can fucking lick my fucking ass.
Motherfuckers. I got some books for before Matt goes to. I want to sit down there with Anthony Bourdain, Cooks, something.
Alright, kill this thing.
Yeah.
Alright,
And this John Penbook.
love you guys.